Well, a very warm welcome wherever you are around the country. If you're tuned in here to this wonderful coverage from Bowls New Zealand, this is the second day of 3 of the Somerset Champion of Champion 4s. Already we've had the singles and the pairs and the triples completed over successive weekends. This is the final event, and this is the second day. It's the second day of qualifying, and we're going to watch a round 5 match here at the Palace at Royal Oak Bowls. And indoors here, a very, very impressive facility they have here, and we've seen this quite a bit over the years. The match that we're going to see is a women's game, and it's between the Elmwood Park combination, representing Canterbury, of course. Bev Morrell will be the skip, and leading will be Kim Rowland. Tanya Woodham will be leading. Kim Rowland is at 2, and Fiona Frew will be number 3 to Bev. So that's the Elmwood Park combination. Their opponents are from Bowls Kensington, and again a very good combination here from Bowls Kensington. It's being skipped by Diane Strawbridge. Lead will be Barbara Hopper, Janice Little at 2, and Dawn Owens playing at 3. So they're pretty much underway here. It's 2.5 hour time limit, 15 ends. The teams need 3 matches or 3 wins to qualify, and joining me today, a man who knows lots about bowls, of course, is Mark Noble. Hi, Mark.
Yeah, how you going, John? I think we're in for a bit of an intriguing battle here with both these teams needing this win to qualify them, so in or out for both of them.
Yes, indeed. We see the Elmwood Park team and Bowls Kensington have each won 2 of their 3 matches on their rinks. And you'll see here that Elmwood Park will have the red stickers and Bowls Kensington the blue, and that will reflect on the scoreboard on the top left of your screen. So here we are, Elmwood Park against Kensington. 15 ends, or a 2.25 hour time limit. As Mark has said, both teams requiring this to get through. And from what you've seen so far of this competition here at Royal Oak, Mark, again, a fairly consistent surface, and have the players sort of determined that the ditch end is to their liking or not?
Look, the games I've seen so far, the ditch end looks to be a fraction wider, but not much wider, but both ends are very, very true. There's no reasons going both directions while we can't draw shots, and in the games we saw yesterday, there were plenty of times when people were getting the bowls within a couple of feet or closer.
Been some really good results, and we'll have a look through at some of those results for you during this commentary, and also how these teams got to the situation where they are. And there's some nice applause coming in as we see the red stickered bowl of Elmwood's lead. Excuse me, Tanya Woodham getting up and getting the first spray or chalk of the day. Nice to see a bit of sunshine just creeping through the windows. Of course, in Auckland, it's lately it's rained every second minute of the day.
Yeah, I like telling every Aucklander it rains every day in Auckland.
Yes. And the thing is, for a long time, Mark, it was a good joke, wasn't it? You'd get stuck into your mates in Auckland and say, "Oh, still raining there," you know. But these days, it's become, you know, it's not a joke anymore. The amount of rain, and particularly in places too like Tairāwhiti and other areas which are suffering under this extraordinary change in weather fortunes. Whereas for us in the lower half of the North Island, bathed in sunshine most of the time.
Oh, I'm picking it must be still windy there today because they've not put up back up the Somerset sign, so as it was really bad winds there yesterday.
So a couple of those two lead bowls of Barbara Hopper's in a really good position. She's the only one to really have got into a good groove in those first couple of bowls. Just in response to your comment about the Somerset sign, and we, so thankful to Somerset who have been such wonderful supporters. There's a reason the sign's not out there is because there is this feeling that as soon as it's like putting sunscreen on or, not going out with an umbrella, it invites the opposite, doesn't it? So if we put the Somerset sign out, it would invite the wind to come in and blow it over. So this is just some sort of scheme whereby the wind will stay away if the Somerset sign is down. Two good bowls there with red stickers on, and the red belonged to Elmwood Park.
Yeah, it might only be one though, John. The bowl's just past the jack. Pretty handy by Kensington. And this is a pretty good track.
Could sit that shot.
It's very good, whatever happens.
Yeah.
Just a little bit wide, I think, here with this bowl, or a little bit quick, maybe.
She had a couple in the ditch. Well, that's not going to quite hit the ditch. Oh, yes, it does. A slight splashing sound, thudding sound. So Dawn Owen's previous bowl was very good. She's taken a wider and longer track this time. So the skips and the rest of the team switch over. The skips for Elmwood Park, Bev Morrell and Diane Strawbridge, both very experienced, and we've seen a lot of them on live streaming coverage over the last couple of years. Familiar faces on the women's scene.
Yeah, and both players very capable of playing two good bowls in a row, getting a couple of shots for either of their two teams. So we should see some good bowls from both these players.
Morrell playing that wider hand, or the non-ditch hand. We don't know if it's going to be wider or not.
Very close.
Yes. Certainly second shot.
Mighty effort there.
Diane Strawbridge just trying to build on this one shot that she has there through Dawn Owen's bowl. That's pretty good, isn't it? Hey.
Yeah, two good bowls from the skips there, both in the area.
You notice too that Bev's wearing the sunglasses, and as you look through here, you can see there's quite a bit of sun coming through here, and there are lots of others wearing shades. Most of them wearing hats or caps at some stage of some variety. Here we go. There's quite prominent orange bowls of Bev Morrell just sliding around, not quite knocking her own bowl up, or one from her team.
Yeah, Bev was pretty unlucky there. That was a nice sort of track with nice weight to land the shot bowl. So Diane's heading down the right way again. Might pick up the jack here, or slice it for one down. Oh, good bowls.
So it's got to be 2, doesn't it? You would think, yeah, 2. And then a quick look around. Ooh.
Ooh.
Just went into. Oh, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, yeah. 3. And if you want a 4th, you measure it.
Does look like the red disc bowl from where we're sitting, but our camera
Yeah.
angles can be a little bit deceiving sometimes.
Well, it's a good start. Oh, you might want to measure that again. You don't know when you drop those tapes and pull them out. You hope that they lock off.
So 3 to Kensington.
So a really good start for the Kensington team. The lead is Barbara Hopper. She's got the blue bowls. We'll see them in action now. And then Janice Little will play at 2, or is playing at 2. Dawn Owens at 3. And Diane Strawbridge running the ship, getting ready to straighten this jack up. So Elmwood Park on the way here, they had a 21-5 victory over Poverty Bay. Then they got a similar result going against them, 21-6 against Hastings. And then a 20-5 victory over Hinawera. So some big margins in all of those games that Elmwood Park have played, winning 2 and dropping 1. So 3 wins needed to qualify. For Bowls Kensington, they had a very good 21-11 win over Stoke. A tight loss to Far North RSA. That's the team skipped by Ann Lomas, 14-11. And then an even narrower win against Masterton by 17-15. So we'll have a look at some of those results as the players cross over towards the end of second end, with Kensington leading by 3-0. This is great, Mark. You've been playing bowls for a long time, and my first involvement was way back in the 1970s, and to see play continuing through the winter, it's an all year round sport. If you've got the facilities, and there are plenty of these facilities and clubs that have got their an artificial green or have gone artificial, and whatever facilities they have, it's just magnificent now that you can play all year round.
Yeah, and it gives us a chance to play these types of events during our winter months, which would never have happened before. We'd be cramming everything into virtually October through to April, whereas now we have all the way through July, August. So great for bowls in general.
Yes.
And John, the one thing I like about these types of services, normally they're very good to play on, and they're getting better and better with the more that are getting put down.
Absolutely. This is a field turf surface, and one of the supporters of Bowls New Zealand is one of the common complaints if you're on a match committee at a club is we haven't got the room, we haven't got the time to fit everything in. And certainly if you're restricted just to summer months, then that is the case. But if you do have access to hard luck there, access to an indoor facility, then it takes the load off that organising group.
Yeah, it just means you can play at night where normally we wouldn't be able to. Most of these complexes have lights in them, and so we can play right through to midnight or later.
There's a bit of an error with the weight on that occasion. Ball sitting up on the bank. In fact, a light blue one at each end on the bank. One waiting to be played and the other played.
Yeah, it's a very long ender on. The mat's right back on almost the 2 metre mark, and clearly we can see the jack right up on the tee, as we like to call it. Nice sort of track.
Yeah, just sitting that would have been ideal, and Diane Strawbridge would have been happy. She's looking around her feet there, as skips do, to see what's here. What have we got if that jack moves? What sort of danger are we in? What is Bev Morrell, my experienced skip, going to call? Well, we've seen quite a few dip, haven't we, playing that hand? So they're just taking a couple of ends to sort out their green.
Yeah, the ditch side is fairly wide, so when we saw that even yesterday, that if you put them out there, they will come back quite nice.
Oh, just got a bit of help. No, and goes to lift it and picks another one up on onto the ditch. Certainly
might be a little bit too wide this time.
Yeah, almost knocking that tripod over. But at least, you know, when you see that happen, Mark, you sense that she's been watching what the others have done, and you can see to the right of the jack as we view it now, all those balls have come down that particular hand. So at least she recognised there that, you know, everyone else is undercutting their green, but she just overread it.
Yeah, the key thing in bowls is actually correction. So if we play narrow, to take more green, and if we drop short, I'll just let you go through that, John.
Yeah. So what we want games lost is very helpful, isn't it? If you've lost more than one, then you have no chance of qualifying. And those three clubs, Balmoral, Omako, and Far North RSA, have gone through unbeaten so far, and they've already qualified with their 3 wins. So we mentioned that Far North RSA club and Lomas. Then underneath that, Bowles Hastings, Elmwood Park, and this club that we're watching now, Balmoral. Up the top, Waimati, Mata Frankham. We saw her in action in Dunedin as well. So all these clubs have a chance of getting through to qualify, but they need to win these games. Bev Morrell, numerous titles, hasn't she? She's been outstanding and won another national pairs title last year, I think.
Yeah, national pairs was Sandra O'Keefe.
Yeah. So here we go. Diane Strawbridge watching this. She's taken a good green here.
Very good.
Another of those light bowls on there. So just reflecting on that results sheet you saw there with 3 confirmed qualifiers, Balmoral, Omakau and Far North RSA. There's 9 more who have a couple of wins and are therefore in with a chance of qualifying. So looking really, probably some of them are playing each other, so probably a maximum of 10 qualifiers for post-section play. But unlucky, that was a nice line she had, and the weight would have been perfect for sitting the jack. They take out 1, they take out 2. They are blue discs bowls coming out. Is the tape coming out? It is out of the back pocket.
You'd think the red bowl's the next closest here. It looks well, but we'll see what our camera angles are like from this one.
Yeah. 2 down it is. When I say 2 down to Elmwood, who were showing the 2 fingers pointing downwards. So once again, it's Barbara Hopper sending the jack down. This is the 3rd end. It's 15 ends, but a time limit of 2 hours and 15. Here we go. Have a look at the second page here of these situation, the overall situation for these teams, and we can see the Bowls Kensington team there, having won 2 of their 3 matches, identical to Birkenhead and Hinawera. And then we see Waihi Beach RSA Bowling Club, also no losses after 2 games. That Stoke team looked pretty impressive. Invercargill as well. So teams in with an opportunity of getting through. It's a pretty impressive effort to get through and qualify in this standard. And all these clubs have gone through the same situation of winning their club title, then working out, oh yes, I'm available to play in the Champion of Champions Centre. Oh, we've won that. How about we go to Auckland for the National Champion of Champions? And some clubs just, some teams just can't do it or don't want to. But in general, this is a high number of women's teams coming through to the Champion of Champion 4s. Might get that confirmed number into my 22 out of 27. That's a really fantastic result. 22 out of 27. Couple of handy lead bowls there by Barbara Hopper. This is Tanya Woodham playing that forehand. First one, she had the good line. And her second one, she has a great line as well.
Yeah, the good news, John, all the bowls are past the jack. So as we say, in play, so when the jack gets moved around, those bowls all of a sudden will get close to the kitty.
Janice Little is playing 2 for Kensington, and Kim Rowland at 2 for Elmwood Park. What's your better half this weekend, Mark?
Janine's away playing in Hawke's Bay in a women's 4s, a 2-day event, I believe.
I believe I like that. Well, there's so much happening around, gosh.
Yeah, no, she's very keen on playing bowls. I'm not sure it was a good idea that I showed her the game, and she decided to take it up.
Yeah. I think there are a few men or women around who have introduced their partners and sort of regret it. No, it's one, and again, it's one of those sports where you see many couples go away, for example, winter over in Australia, don't they? And take their bowls with them, or they've left a set over there from the previous year, and play in a lot of mixed tournaments, and there's so many mixed events on that husbands, wives, partners can can play together if they so wish, or avoid each other by playing teaming up with others.
Might just be a little quick again here, John.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So it's quite a bit shorter than the previous. We saw the jack on the 2 metre and the mat was right back. Interesting that they changed the length so significantly.
Yeah, it's not so easy being the lead on the carpets with the yellow jacks, because yellow jacks are quite, they roll a lot quicker down the green when you send them. So it's quite easy to, what we call underthrow them and drop a short jack by mistake.
The last bowl before the teams switch over, and it's not a bad one either.
Very good.
It's not a bad one.
It's very good. Yeah, great shot. And Fiona gives Elmwood a chance to get on the scoreboard here, which will be good relief after dropping the first couple of ends.
Yeah. Strawbridge with her team up by 5-0 after 2 ends. Have been quite scratchy ends too.
Close here, John.
Showing all this, great experience, hasn't she? Brilliant bowl.
That's a great shot. Might still be one to Elmwood.
She wasn't convinced when she let it go. You could see by her demeanour that she watched it all the way round, and I suppose then she realised that was the green I wanted. So next up.
It's always good to watch the bowl till it comes to rest, even if it isn't a very good one, because you just never know what part of the green you're drawing to with the next bowl.
Diane getting some feedback from Dawn Owens, her 3.
Trying to sit the shot bowl, I think. Yeah, just a fraction wide there.
She had a couple of good seconds there too if she'd managed to connect. So Morel now to build on this situation. If they're holding shot, she can draw for second. She wasn't convinced again, I don't think, coming down there. So let's see what happens. It looked close, but it does appear that the mat is changing hands. Yes, it is a single to Elmwood Park there on the board. And here's the men's Champion of Champions table so far. And 3 games won means that Birkenhead, Elmwood Park and Palmerston North have qualified. Good to see the team from the Mackenzie country representing South Canterbury, that Fairley Bowling Club. Mitch and Bruce Dunbar in there. They had I remember reading about that and what a great fillip it was for the club to qualify as the champions there. We see Anderson's Bay with 2 games won, as well as Invercargill and Kaitaia, Manarewa and Onarahi. And through to those others who are representing some really good teams here too. Miramar and Bowles Hastings, Royal Oak, of course, the home team. A couple of losses. They won't be too happy about that, but they'll be watching. And that Bowles Mount Maunganui team, they were 3 of them played so well last weekend in the pairs, and there they are in bottom table. So here we've got Kensington in the women's. This is a 5th round match. Somerset champion of champion 4s. coming this way last time, Mark, we saw them all playing that ditch hand, and they were all undercutting it. So probably a conscious effort by everyone to try the other hand, see what it does.
Yeah, I think both hands are pretty good. I just think they just didn't pick the line, and now they've all sort of swapped over. So it'd be interesting to see whether the whole team does that or whether it's just the leaders.
Just see how this finishes. This one from Barbara Hopper. For the first time, she's bowling second. They teed off. They won the first two ends. Oh, she's made a nice change here.
Yeah, very good.
So with the jack moving a little bit across to our left, that opens up just provides a nice avenue there through between two bowls if the players want to stay on that hand. Dawn Owens has these black bowls. She's reverting to the ditch side and looks to have picked this line very well. What a good bowl. Just sits in for shot. So there, that just inside that bowl will probably do it for it, but she's just gone outside it. Just a bit heavy. You and I were talking off air, Mark, because I heard you talking yesterday to Alex and Kevin about bowls Petone Central, where you started and played for a long time. Petone Central in the Hutt Valley area, Wellington zone, of course, and have produced some pretty good bowlers. And I said, I've played over the years with a chap by the name of Gil Lowry. And you immediately said, I played all my early bowls with Gil Lowry. And when we were discussing them, just briefly, the fact that there's never a bad bowl with Gil Lowry, which is great for a skip, isn't it? And particularly if an experienced skip is playing with newer players. And when I say never a bad bowl, it was always, we could do with one there, mate. No, yep, excellent. Just, that's fine. Never negative. It was just extraordinary to play with.
Yeah, he was very positive about every bowl that was played, and I think I could play a wrong bias and he'd still find something good to say about it.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, Taranaki people have been to the Taranaki Fours over the years will have bumped into the Lowry team. There was the four brothers playing for many years. I've got an old photo of them way back, or gosh, it looks like it's about the 1980s when they were playing, and then gaps have been filled by nephews or sons of originals, so they still have that Lowry combination. I'll be interested to see if they front up again the Taranaki Fours in the next season.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Des Lowry and Alex Lowry are still playing and in that team, I think. Well, I might hit this all the way in for shot. Yeah.
Oh, gee.
All the way in for one.
Belt. How far did that travel? 3 meters? Gosh. And the players on the mat are saying, whose was that went up? Was it ours? Was it ours?
Definitely a blue disc.
Yep.
This is heading towards the jack, this one. This is close, John. Might have jack movement.
Oh, unlucky. So from one down to one down, it's still the blue disc bowl holding shot. The benefit of having some of those overweighted bowls, getting them up over the head.
Yeah, I've never seen a back bowl ever be bad, so... And now if the jack gets moved, it'll be 3 to blue, so Kensington got all the position in the world if they can move the jack, but this counts.
Yep. So blue disc bowls there, light blue bowl with the blue disc and the black bowl with the blue disc. That's 2 shots for the team carrying the blue discs. That's Kensington. Just repeating, they've had a 21-11 win over Stoke. They lost 14-11 to Far North RSA. Far North RSA are already qualified now, and a 17-15 win over Masterton. And leading by 5-1 here, holding 2. As Elmwood Park's Bev Morrell now tries to salvage this situation. Jack's moved quite away, but she knows because she's just come from there. She'll be looking for a bit of a slide off something.
Yeah, a little bit under green.
Might get it. There she goes. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. Inside edge to that would have probably carried it through for second shot.
Oh. Just a little quick. I think Bev's weight was pretty good actually. She just needs to chuck it out a bit wider, and I think she'll get a second shot or shot here.
Yeah, she's got jack and shot to sit. Draw inside the second shot. Oh, not a bad line either. Yeah, yeah. Oh. So an opportunity for Diane Kensington to make this 3.
Yeah, draws a touch and makes 4 of this. So no reason not to arrive. Might be too quick again, I think, John.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Yeah, yeah, ditch. 3 it is.
Well, it was...
Just that movement of the jack and bowlers, the early bowlers, having bowls over the head. And the mat reverts to the team from Kensington. Barbara Hopper. See what sort of a length she delivers. The mat's right back. This is a round 5 qualifying match of the Somerset Champion of Champion 4s. We're at Royal Oak Bowls, nicknamed the Palace here. As you can see, the royal name, Royal Oak Bowls. Outstanding club, which I haven't played at, but I've taken a tour of and tried to pick up a few tips about why this club operates so well. So I've got this indoor rink and they've got an outdoor one. They did have three greens here, but they've got this indoor green, an outdoor one, and I think the third one has become a car park, but a very busy facility as well. Nice lead-off bowl there by Barbara Hopper. And this particular green was only opened early this year, so it certainly wasn't like this when I visited. I think I was here, came up during the Bowls 3-5 on TV back in those earlier days, so it's probably 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago when I popped in. Oh, pre-COVID, there you go. Everything is PC, isn't it? Pre-COVID. So unfortunately for them, when they laid it, then the week after, Auckland had that torrential flooding and rain and horrible weather, and they had to come in and relay it. So it's already got history, this, but it's playing perfectly today, and so too is Barbara Hopper.
Yeah, two very good lead bowls there, both in play.
Looking
And
to
this is
reach
pretty
that
handy
shot
as well.
bowl. Might just have done enough. Yep.
No, I think Diane thinks she's still holding one
yes,
here.
Yes, in fact she did. She always looks quite dangerous with that lifter in her hand, doesn't she? She doesn't let it go. She carries it all the time. She indicates with it. She pretty much measures with it if ever she needs to. No, she's yeah, it's part of the uniform, just like the cloth in the hands of her opponent, Bev Morrell.
So Kim will just be trying to promote the white bowl and or land the jack. And that'll have some use later on at the back.
This will be quite handy too.
Bev giving a nice positive call then.
Yep, good home there. Just starting to settle in nicely, the front end. Good positional bowls.
Yeah, I think that's sort of been the difference already. The front end for Kensington have started a lot better than the onward front end, and that's made the difference on the scoreboard. Chance.
Yeah. Oh.
Might land the second shot here for a couple.
Yeah.
And does. That could well be two, John.
Yes. I think so, considering that we saw Diane Strawbridge indicate that they had the shot anyway. Fiona Frew on a good line to upset that, actually.
I think it might just drop under the jack. It's close, though. It's got some of the jack and got the result.
Oh, yes. It's tucked in there between two different bowls. It's a very good outcome there from Fiona Frew. They were at least a couple down when she played that bowl. And now it's an indication. We'll see what sort of bowls the skips play, and then we might get a firmer indication of who's holding shot.
Yeah, I think Diane will play the forehand up onto the second shot and just pop the jack out to the right-hand side there where they've got 3 or 4 bowls. So any jack movement's got to be good here for Kensington. Yep, forehand trying to get onto the second shot and pop the jack.
Looked like a fairly tight line. Yeah, probably doesn't need
As you can
that
see,
weight, but...
No, John, you can see all the blue disc bowls out to the left of the screen there. I think Bev's got to cover those.
Because that's where the jack will go, isn't it, if Diane is successful?
Yeah, it's got to head out to the right. There is no point trying to draw another shot here. It's almost impossible.
There you go. There's the instruction.
That's where the bowl needs to head to try and cover those 2 wing bowls.
Well, she might get a result from this. It's not where she wanted to be. Oh, yes, that's all right. That's worked out really well, actually.
I still think the same sort of bowl from Diane. She just won't maybe be as quick, I don't know.
Slightly more green on it by the looks of it.
Yep, and closer, I think. Just needs to rub off the front white one.
Oh,
and
I'd got a result anyway.
I believe it's 2 to Kensington. The jack has moved back up the rink. And it's 2 to Kensington. So she's landed the back of the jack and it's moved forward.
Just got the inside edge of that white bowl, came in and settled nicely. Yeah, it did. Moved it back. Well spotted, Mark.
I think Bev's going to have to play with a bit of weight here and try and get onto the shot bowl and just squeeze the jack. Just behind there are 3 red disc bowls, so if she can get the jack past her own bowl, she could make it 2 or 3 out of this. Actually the same shot that Diane just played.
And when we have a look at the head from the other angle, we'll see that Bev was indicating, and her 3 were Fiona were looking at that bowl of theirs to the right and just shy, and that's usable, I suppose. We'll see what happens. She'll play with. She won't be short.
Yeah, no, we'll see some sort of weight here. Yep, very big weight from Bev.
Yeah, almost down that centre line. Oh, gosh. So that looks like a couple. It is 2. We see the fingers held up aloft by the Kensington team, and they move a further 2 points ahead. After 5 ends, they lead in this 5th round qualifying match over Elmwood Park by 10 to 1.
Yeah, and I don't think they were lucky either. Just Diane was semi in the area. She was only about 6 inches off what she was after, and that's what happens in bowls. If we put them down the right sort of lines, we can get results like that.
And the jack is sent whistling down to the 2 metre mark. I see Diane in conversation with Skip on the other game. It's not to say she wasn't concentrating and watching where that jack was being placed on the 2 metre mark. And her team, which is a mix of experience and, relative inexperience, but have done so well to get through and qualify for the Champion of Champion National Singles. Here's another fine start by Barbara Hopper.
Yeah, she's starting to really come in here and checking a lot of close bowls. And it does make the Skip's job a lot easier, John, if we can get a couple close.
Hopper just asking how short is that, because it could be in my line, and her skip just marched out about 2 great paces and said it won't worry you from there.
Yeah, it doesn't look far away again.
No.
Nice bowls, I think. Very good.
So if you put the circles down that we use sometimes in matches, for televised matches, you'd say that they're probably just on the edge of the outer circle. So, you know, that's a good adjacent bowls, really good from a lead.
Yeah, look, that'd be within a mat. If we were to put the mat down, that'd be pretty close to a mat away.
Yep.
Which is the big scoring zone.
Interesting, the lead changing her hand. Tanya Woodham quickly into her work as the 2 from Kensington. It's Janice Little. And it's been her bowls on a couple of ends that have come into play. She, like any reasonable 2, the story is don't be short. That's the instruction, isn't it? If you're a 2, don't be short. And I've never been able to adhere to that.
Yeah, well, the advantages is that Barbara's playing so well, it does give them the luxury of getting a bowl past the jack. This is pretty handy, John. Yeah, nice shot here.
Yeah. More than handy, that grey bowl of Kim Rowland playing 2.
And just like the other games, just because we've got a 10-1 score doesn't mean to say this game's over. We've seen in just about all the commentary games recently, whoever's been in front have really had to work hard to hang on.
Yeah. Kim Rowland already holding shot, looking to get one even in amongst those 2 of the opposition lead bowls would be handy. Oh. So when you look at that, there's what, 5 bowls over past the jack, and they all belong to Kensington.
Yeah, I think the key is just to get another one close here first. Kensington got a couple of seconds as well, so a bowl about 2 feet past the jack would be a good second and a good home.
Yep, sit on that and you'll be happy. Not quite. And that's a 1 red disc bowl over the jack. That's Fiona Frew.
Yeah, that was really good weight from Fiona, so it was just the line that let her down. And it would have roughly been where I was suggesting they needed to get one. It's another second coming in.
That shot bowl looks very lonely, doesn't it?
Yeah, a lot of blue disc bowls there or thereabouts. In fact, all 6 blue disc bowls are past the jack here. If this has got the weight, this will be very good, but I think it's just a fraction under. So I won't be surprised if Diane tries to get this bowl out clean or trail the jack back. It's got 5 or 6 bowls waiting for the jack to be trailed.
Yeah, particularly if she can get it to go to the right as we look at it. There's 3 parked up there, but there's 2 the other way as well, so plenty to take advantage of. If Diane Strawbridge can move that jack back, that'll mean collision on the shock bowl.
Yeah, the key is not to be short here, John. No, it definitely looks like she's attacking with us.
Yep. Oh, she
might get a result off that.
Ooh. And looking at the scoreboard too, Morel doesn't want to go down a number here. Even getting a single here would be good, but she'd like to get a couple. But she can't afford to fatten this up, can she? Because Strawbridge will be into it.
Yeah, I think you just got to try and draw another, and if it does get fatter, then it does, John. You can't worry about that. Here's a good bowl where it's landing. Still might be 2 seconds, but at least that bowl will cut out some of the second shots. So
So backhand this time?
Yeah, same sort of weight, I think. And a lot closer here, John.
Oh, yeah,
Here's the jack.
Yeah. She knocked the shot bowl down. Was that a touch-up?
I don't believe so.
It's been picked out? No. Picked it up and put it on the bank. So it's a shot anyway, 1 shot.
So if Bev had not put that back one in, they would be probably 6 down here.
Yes, yeah.
So they're very lucky. So Bev just has to play a similar bowl to what she just played, and she will get the shot. So in fact, Bev's probably only 6 inches off getting the shot. So just same bowl that she just played, get one, and then just come down to have a look so she sees how much room she's got.
Yeah, and of course there's a chance too, when you look at it from this angle, that she could in fact not take the shot out for 2, just sitting on it. It wouldn't take much to put it into the ditch. I don't think it's it just sit on that, get a couple, but she really wants to get the shot. Doesn't want to keep them opposition on the scoreboard. Here we see.
Yeah, nice shot here.
Right, last bowl of this, the 6th end, 6 of 15 ends.
So Bev's this is a pretty important bowl to get one and get them on the scoreboard and have a think about what lengths we're going to change to, John. So very critical that Bev gets this bowl down there and in for a shot. The line is good. Down to speed now, John. Might be too much.
So an excellent bowl from Diane Strawbridge has taken that shot away from Elmwood, and it's Kensington leading by 11-1.
So I think Elmwood's got to just have to find a way to get a shot and then work out how they're going to change what's actually been going on. May even have to be Matt coming up the green, because clearly Kensington are playing with the jack back on the mat back on the 2 metre mark, and are playing either 3/4 to long.
And they're getting really good starts out of Hopper.
Yeah, Barbara's played really good, and here's another handyish bowl again, John. Brilliant stuff. Certainly, from what I've seen, the best lead that I've seen on our coverage so far.
Tanya Woodham on the forehand, the other side to her opponent. Jack's moved a little bit off the centre line, not that much.
Oh, yeah, this is really good leading. A little bit unlucky it didn't run a little further, but it's handyish.
Woodham changes hands, goes onto the backhand, and it's not a bad decision if she's up there. Read it well, that'll be second shot probably. Oh, it might even be shot. Did I hear Diane Strawbridge say one down?
Yeah, it doesn't really affect too much of the head. It's like one down, one up. Our bowls are past the jacks, so any touch the jacks too. So it's just draw confidently here for the Kensington team. And it's a pretty handy attempt. So Kim on the forehand, trying to just promote the red disc bowl or land the bowl just past it. And very close to doing either of those. It's pretty good effort.
Yes. Little, very close with her first one. Watching her again as the two, getting one over in a good position there.
So
Might see her change hands.
Probably, no, I think just same bowler, John.
Okay,
you can land on your closest, and if you are a fraction narrow, you can land on the light blue bowl, which could be the shot. So just virtually the same bowl that you just played. A little bit narrower. But as I was suggesting, could have landed on, could have landed on the other bowl that was a shot. So Dawn's just trying to draw probably third shot here to land the back grey bowl, which is very close to landing.
Oh.
Or the jack. How about this? What a shot. That's a really good bowl.
And a bowl ended up in a good position as well. So she's probably made holding one after that shot.
Yeah, if they were one down, they're now one up, and the jack's moved a little bit harder to get to the jack. Well, I think Bev's asking for weight here from Fiona. Try and get onto the shot bowl and take it out and stay there. Yep, that's definitely what she's playing for. And close to that grey bowl, which will be onto the jack. Oh,
Ooh. Yeah, good effort there from Fiona Frew. And again, her bowl has finished in that sort of half metre over the jack area, so it's handy. Dawn was very accurate with her previous bowl, finished in a great home.
Yes.
Oh, and this one too.
Two good bowls. Might not be exactly where they wanted one, but it's a lovely spot. And then you can see Bev was just telling Fiona virtually the same bowl that you just played. And it is down similar line, John.
Slow march down from the leads, the twos and the threes, as the skips survey the scene, wander back with the shot that they want to play in mind. First to play will be Diane Strawbridge, whose team leads by 11-1.
Yeah, it's interesting because Diane does have a shot on the forehand if she wants to take the risk on just trailing the jack back about 2 feet. And then she could hold 4. So just clearly with that front red disc bowl, it becomes a little tricky shot. But the other option is just to try and cover. There are 5 red disc bowls out to the left, so she might try and cover those.
Yeah, the way her feet are pointing and the way she's looking out to that direction, maybe we're just going to see that second option that you mentioned.
And it's not a bad effort because that covers virtually just about all of those 5 bowls of the one.
So Bev looking to, she can sit that shot bowl.
Close as well,
come
John.
Inside that. Yeah, very good. Gets an edge off, that'll be handy. Oh, not much. Gee.
And just by chipping that bowl out, I think all of a sudden Bev might have 3 seconds now. So might be able to swap hands and sit the bowl right through and make 4. I'm not sure if it is, but it looks like it might be on.
Well, if it's on, you'd think Diane's 3, Dawn Owens, would have spotted that risk or danger.
It does look like 3 seconds if they spot that shot on the other hand. Yeah, so I'm not sure they've seen it, John. I could be wrong though. They might not have 3 seconds. It certainly looks like 3 seconds from here.
Certainly 2. You could spot them quite easily. Here she goes. Last bowl of this end. It's the 7th.
Close again though. Might get it clean. Does get it clean, but got it on the hand that looked a bit harder, but doesn't matter. The end result is what was it they were after.
One or two
here. Well, at least 2. I think it could be 3, John.
Yeah, that.
They're looking.
Yep. It's a light blue bowl there. Yeah, here we go. It might be that light blue bowl, a very good one of Fiona Frew's. Just to the back, being measured now.
This is where our camera angles are quite tricky, John, because we can't tell just how far through those bowls are. It looks 3 by some distance.
I think they're looking at the other ones on the right. It is, yeah.
3.
Yep. So that's a very good end for the Elmwood Park combination. They've been struggling at 11-1, but a 3 brings them back into this. And we've seen comebacks from this sort of situation throughout the 4 weekends of Somerset Champion of Champion Bowls. So let's see what this Elmwood Park team can do. They've got the mat. They've left it back there by the looks of it, though, and it's going to be a maximum length.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen some mat movement, but well, the mat is up maybe a metre or 2 metres from where it had been, but still a very long end.
Good chance to put some pressure on this Kensington team now. Pretty good weight there from Tanya Woodham, who's leading for Elmwood Park. Having no trouble with a line. Just a bit short this time for Barbara Hopper. A rare loose one from her in the context of this match.
Yeah, she's played very, very well to date. See the score on rink 2 is 16-0 to somebody,
yeah.
John.
Yeah, that's sort of when you want to stand in front of the scoreboard all day. Just
It can happen, though.
yeah. Let's watch the correction here from Barbara Hopper. What she wanted. So 2 nicely weighted bowls from Tanya Woodham. Now this Elmwood Park team wanting to build on this situation. They picked up a 3 on the last to go to 11-4 down.
Yeah, they've got to take advantage since Barbara's been next to the jack most ends. So here's the opportunity.
Janice Little's never been far away either. We saw her almost draw the shot on the last end, and then she put one a metre over, which would have been to her skip's delight. Smooth delivery from Kim Rowland.
Yeah, pretty good here, John. Oh, that was a great start here. That's definitely shot bowl.
Are you sure about that? Yeah, that was very good. So, and you heard her skip say, you know, it was just your weight, so she had the green right with the first one.
And this is just what Elmwood needed.
They might not have needed this. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, how it works, John, is we're allowed the opposition to play well. I had that chat with Alex yesterday. The opposition are allowed to go good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's fair, really.
I'm pretty sure Alex thought the same, that they didn't think they should be allowed to.
Yeah. Yes, it's easy enough, you know, stand there, you know, as the skips are here, and you're thinking, oh gosh, we're going well. We've got a shot. We've got 2 handy seconds out there, and then in comes a shot that makes you think, oh well, now we've got second shot, and where do we go? So Fiona Frew's first bowl gets picked up and placed on the ditch, and she watches as her opponent, Dawn Owens, sends her first one down. Plenty to sit on here if she can, and she does.
Yeah, might have a couple of seconds now, Kensington.
Inside edge of that for Frew would be great. Well, that's a very good bowl anyway. Yeah, very good. And falls in, does it? Not quite yet, but may well do.
Yeah, so a lot of chances here if Kensington are up, because you can work off our front bowl and you can land the 2 red disc bowls out. So on the backhander reaching, which is what we're seeing. And if it misses the front ones, this is very close, John. Very close anyway.
Oh, gosh. Almost the perfect result.
The good news is
You
they
just
reduced it
don't
to
know,
1
do you?
down.
Yeah.
You don't. But 1 down now, and that makes it certainly a lot better, only being 1 down.
Those orange bowls belong to Bev Morrell. She'll be picking one of them up. She's just discussing with her 3, Fiona Frew, what the shot might be or what she intends to play. A long discussion.
Yeah, I sort of like the backhand, but I think they're looking at the forehand.
Yeah.
I think they look like they're looking at playing onto the second shot bowl, but I could be wrong.
That's my impression too. That she was going to play forehand, and even nudging that second shot bowl in would move the jack onto them. But as we said with that last bowl, you never know. Might not turn out perfectly, or the way you intended it, but it could still turn out perfectly. Yeah, it is forehand.
Yeah, Bev looked a little bit undecided, which sometimes makes it hard to play a good one. She's going to try and play onto the second shot, I think, and stay there for 3.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep, that's what she's up to.
Yeah.
Might take her own bowl out here. Might take a shot bowl out.
Ooh. So still 1. Strawbridge plays the other hand with a similar objective, similar weight.
This is big weight too.
Ooh.
Might get a result.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh. You never know.
I tell you that that's helped Elmwood, because Elmwood now have a trail on the other hand. They've got probably worth 5 or 6 if they trail the jack. All their bowls out that side of the head, John.
Yeah.
I'd say it'd be 6 if she gets a jack trail. So trying to trail jack 2 feet or a yard. I think they're just picking a bowl out of the ditch.
So this is a big bowl, although Strawbridge still has 1 to play.
Yeah, the first time they've had an opportunity for a number. Are we just a bit wide, I think, are we? Yeah, just maybe a bit quick for it.
I just draw one.
Yeah, I think Diane's got the right idea. This is the hand to draw a shot, John.
Yep. And the rest of the team's down there saying, gosh, I've seen this happen before, where she says she's going to draw and she just moves the jack a couple of feet and we end up going down. So there we are. It looks like a red disc bowl in there. And Matt is in the hands of Tanya. And the score increases for Elmwood by 1. 11-5. Past the halfway stage now. We've played 8 ends. It's 15 ends. This a time limit of 2 hours 15. And I don't think we'll get the 15 ends in, will we, Mark? I'm not sure.
We normally do. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah.
As long as the last end starts before the bell, they'll
before
have
the
to finish that end. So, yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, 2 hours 15. That's right. 2 hours I'd be pushing it, but 2 hours and 15. So teams needing 3 of their 4 games to qualify. These two have 2 wins each. They desperately need this. The score was 11-1. Now it's 11-5. Has she made the correction? Bit more weight, a bit more green.
So, yeah, definitely better green. And yes, great shot. So 6 behind, 7 to go, John. Singles from here, and Elmwood win by 1.
On the hunt.
Close. Nice shot too. She's played really good.
This is Kim Rowland playing that backhand side. Pretty good line. Much better than a pretty good line. Excellent. Early stages of this 9th end, but it started well for the Elmwood Park combination. Not bad either, is it, Mark, if she's got the weight?
Not quite here, I don't think. No. Nice line, though, John.
Yeah.
Important Elmwood just keep packing them in here. Yeah, keep packing them in and build pressure, as we say. Once we get 2 or 3 in there, the opposition start maybe running it a little bit instead of trying to draw a good second. Doesn't look bad. Off the white bowl.
Even if, yep, that'll be good. Ooh. No harm there. Just was needs to add a metre and a bit onto that last one of hers. Fiona Frew played a really good bowl on that last end. Just seems to be warming to her task now. And attitudes will have changed. Mental attitude when you're struggling at 11-1 down and then all of a sudden you get a 3 and a single. You feel better. And often you bowl better. And he said that a bit preemptively.
Well, if you're going to play a bad one, John, it's a good time to do it when you're holding a shot.
Yeah.
5 of hearts hanging off the end of the carry stick from Bev. Not sure what that means, yeah. The 5 of hearts.
So through inside her own and a bit more weight to get one in there. Got to be in the zone to cut down the options for the opposition. Bowls Kensington. Certainly she's fined the lineup. That's a much better line. If she gets in there, even if she sits at red, she'll be happy with that. Oh, she's followed through almost in the same gap that her predecessor, that was Kim Rowland, found. But handy bowls there. As we see now, a bit of pressure go on the 3 for Bowls Kensington, Dawn Owens.
I don't think that's up enough that it gets a rub. Still 2 shots, John, to Elmwood.
Yeah.
So the Elmwood Saints, as their nickname is.
I don't know why. Oh, St Elmwood. Yeah. Right, now Elmwood. Bev Morrell played so much big bowls, played some great shots in her career. A multi-times national winner. Here she is, looking to cement this end, holding 2 shots. I'm not sure whether that's light applause from Fiona or not. No, it wasn't. However, she walks away and waits as Strawbridge steps up, also playing that backhand.
Looks a little wide as well and quick. In fact, their green's probably pretty good. It's just the weight letting them both down there.
Nice soft delivery from Morrell. Good line.
Yeah, very good.
Starts moving. Good weight. Perfect weight. Touch the jack, won't matter. That's good. Yeah.
That's 4, John. And all of a sudden, if Diane doesn't play good, it's 11-9.
Gee, what a turnaround that would be. You know, if Morrell had moved that jack a bit more, then the blue of Kensington would have come into play probably, but that one just to the right, the dark blue bowl, if she'd moved it, you know, fraction more, she would not have been 3 up. She might have been just 1, but it was played with perfect weight for that shot.
Yeah, so first bit of pressure
here.
Yeah, first bit of pressure on Diane, and 4 down most likely.
She watches. She's anxious. What's her weight like? If her weight's okay, her line's good, she's going to zip round the outside. Does she sit for anything? No, she doesn't. And so that looks like a 4 from our viewpoint. Out come 2. Out comes 3. Out comes 4. And there's no other red ones in the zone. That's a remarkable end for the Elmwood Park group. They've scored a 3, a 1, and now a 4. And from 11-1 down, they now look at a scoreboard of 11-9.
And we've actually seen that in virtually all our games, especially in this event in the fours. Right from yesterday with a team getting an 8 and then losing the game.
Wow. Just see that scoreboard next door being changed, Mark, and it looks like the score that we saw is being added to rather than the team which is on 0 getting on board. 19-0 now after 9 ends. That'll be interesting to see how that ends up. Which game is that? Invercargill Park leading Forbury. And still a fair way to go in this, but we're still not sure of what our next game will be. But after this, we'll show some highlights and have a break, and then we'll be back. And it may well be that Invercargill team we see, and just depending on how things go, they'll be playing someone, possibly Stoke. That's got all the Stoke viewers interested. So if you were watching this game early on here, this 5th round qualifying match at the Somerset Champion of Champion Women's Fours, and you walked away when you saw that the score was 11-1, there's been a big change since then. With Elmwood Park on the 7th, they scored a 3, a single on the 8th, and a 4 on the 9th. So that 11-1 has gone to 11-9. Barbara Hopper has already drawn a beauty here, and she's been really consistent. And when she hasn't been consistent, it has enabled the opposition to sneak in. So it is the blue disc bowl of Hopper, which is holding shot at the moment for Kensington. Kim Rowland's warmed up. She's gone really well with those dark grey speckled bowls that she's using in the number 2 position.
Yeah, I'll be just looking to reach here, John. Sit the shot bowl, trail jack. And not far away, unless it just drops under. Oh. So it stayed on the island.
Yep.
And as we know, all bowls past the jack come into play.
That one sitting just over the 2-metre mark. Not much correction needed from Kim here. She wasn't far off nailing it, even hitting her own one, her own team's bowl, which is the white one, just short of the jack. Second shot, it would be a result. Putting one either side of the target.
So if Kensington move it, which would be a good result as well.
You heard Bev saying just a draw, and then she said, "Oh, just over the draw," and obviously didn't want it to be short. She just wanted it to just move that shot bowl or the jack. What she got back there now.
Yeah.
That's another good bowl there.
Yeah, nice home where it's landed, John. So chance to trail jack for a couple now. Yeah, if Kensington can trail, this first, it'll take away all these shots that are on. Yeah, nice attacking line here, John.
And she said, "I want you back where my feet are," and that's where she was standing there, and she thought when it started out that it wasn't far away. It's still there. As Dawn goes right down on her knee. She watches this one, pretty much coming into that zone where she was wanted. Oh, that's all right, she says.
I think we'll have ditch weight here from Bev. She's got the 2 backest in 2 seconds at least. So I won't be surprised if we see her right through to the ditch.
Remember, now Elmwood Park bowls are the red discs. There are a couple deeper than the ones we can see. And with her last instruction, she was calling on her 3 to play, certainly with a good couple of metres on. So I think she would be looking at the same. Let's see, ditch weight. Move that jack, move the shot.
Yeah, jack into the ditch would be the best shot if we could play it. It's not as quick as I was thinking.
No. It's about as still. Yeah.
It's still would have got the jack to the ditch. Yeah.
Diane quickly into it. She might. Or is this going to be a nuisance bowl? Yes, no. Well, it gives Bev a good line, doesn't it?
Makes Bev go quicker.
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure is a good thing for Kensington. I think you don't want Bev to go quick and get the jack all the way into the ditch. So I think we'll have biggest weight underneath the short blue disc bowl. Yep, definitely looks like big weight.
It's gone the other hand.
Unfortunately.
No.
She's...
Yeah.
Underlined, right. Unfortunately.
Potential. Strawbridge, a cautious line, I think. They're going to hang on to that shot. They don't want the momentum of Elmwood Park to continue. So a single there for the Kensington team, and they now move on to 12-9 in front. A close match this, 4 ends to play. 5 ends to play. So we've got the opening bowl of the 11th end in this match between Elmwood Park of Canterbury and Kensington from Auckland. The score at 12-9. This Elmwood Park team has Tanya Woodham at lead, Kim Rowland at 2 and Fiona Frew at 3 with Bev Morrell the skip. That's the first bowl from Woodham, and the Kensington team is skipped by Diane Strawbridge. We see here Barbara Hopper the lead, followed by Janice Little and Dawn Owens. We're just wanting to get past that one. So that's the Kensington lead, gets her bowl knocked up. Definitely if a shot, probably had it anyway. So we're undercover here at this new green for the Royal Oak Club. It's got a bit darker as that sunlight that was streaming through the clear windows. Oh, she's getting a lot of help here.
I'm just thinking it's probably raining in Auckland, John, now. That's why there's no sun. I'm pretty sure I'll get some comments back to me for that one.
Honestly, they can't defend their weather now. You know, Auckland's, oh, well, that's gone away to the Elmwood Park team. So that's both teams knocking up the opposition.
Yeah, both teams playing very friendly to each other right at the moment.
A nice change there, correction to the jack had moved quite a way across, but Kim Rowland picked it nicely. A couple of shots there. Oh no, one shot. Might change now if this has got the weight to get up there. Not quite from Dawn Owens. Not being rushed at all. Fiona Frew, and not a bad idea the way she's played this too. Wow.
Yeah,
good. Don't
very
touch.
good.
Yep.
So touching it might have been good, John, because it might have brought the third one in, but they've got two.
She's got to be aggressive here. She doesn't want to take out that, almost took out that one to the right, but what have we got now? Here goes Bev Morrell giving the instructions. Cloth versus lifter. That's a tool down the far end. A change of hand for Fiona Frew. She'd played a beauty going down the forehand. Drew the shot. Now, having seen what Strawbridge had asked for last time, she's getting up there to cover, and she does that pretty well. It stays on. Does it stay on? Does it stay? Yes. Okay. A bit further than she wanted, but it's okay.
Yeah, couple
so we
here
certainly
to
don't
Elmwood,
expect Diane Strawbridge to be short. Yeah, that's right.
No, we're
very good.
Couple for Elmwood. Could be all squares on shortly.
We'll have a look at that head in a moment as we see that score on the other side. And it's Forbury Park who've now got a 3, so that's encouraging.
Yep, I think we're getting weight.
Yeah, gotta be, doesn't it?
Definitely weight. And
pretty good weight.
Close here. Yeah, got both bowls. What a shot. That is outstanding. That was a great shot from Diane.
Well, looking to bring back this situation to her own advantage. Bev Morrell just a bit fine. So Elmwood Park have got 2 seconds, I think, their mark, haven't they? And they've got that back bowl, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like they've got 2 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. Might not now. We might see that jack go back. No.
Yeah, this bowl blocks the shot bowl a little bit, but not much. Could take the risk for the bowl. No real danger if you play right through to the ditch. So if you're a bit wide, you get the jack for 2.
Yep. Risk versus reward, and looking at the bowls behind the head,
Yep.
You wouldn't think there's too much risk. Here she goes, seeking that shot with a jack, and the jack looks
Here's
in
the jack.
danger. Yeah,
2 shots.
beautiful bowl.
I believe it's 2. 2 at least. Well, they're just checking the second one out. No, it looks like 2 from that angle. And normally you favour the bowl on the ditch too, John, even without our camera angles. That's well in looking at that.
Yeah. 2 it is. So an excellent shot, her best of the day probably from Bev Morrell. She scores a 2, and that gap closes yet again. Here we see it. It's a small target.
Both skippers played magic bowls there. One from Diane to rip out the 2 bowls, and then that one from Bev. So good skipping there from both players.
Playing the 12 to 15 ends, time limit of 2 hours and 15. These 2 teams each have 2 wins apiece, so they need this to take them through to qualify. 3 wins is necessary to qualify for post-section in the Somerset Champion of Champion 4s. Yep, good start. Gets some soft applause there from her skip. Not a bad line here. Either what's her weight just a bit heavy, or does she get the jack? You know, still holding the shot, the red discs of Elmwood Park. So Tanya Woodham steps back. Now she's played her couple.
So, John, looks like once again we've got a nail biter in the end after one team had a nice lead. And Barbara's played another good bowl. She's played really good in this game.
Kim Rowland's been strong at 2 for Elmwood Park. Well, it's a couple now. Well, we'll see if we can end up with a tied match at the... Oh, that was pretty close to carting that jack back. She goes in the ditch, though, Kim Rowland. So it doesn't produce any reward, but it'll certainly have the Kensington team on standby, on high alert as to what might happen. Oh, she doesn't want to cart the jack away either. Well, ended up pretty good for the blue discs. 3 shots there.
Yeah, that makes it a lot harder. But still, you can just draw a shot here. Just beat the wing bowl. It's
That's right. I mean, and when you look at it from the mat, Mark, you're standing there. You're going to play the backhand. You see that blue bowl there. While it's might not be the shot, at least if you sit on that, you stay there. That's second shot, or with a bit of luck, you are shot. So that's sort of your target. That becomes your jack almost. That's a bowl to the right.
Yeah, you can't see the jack from the mat, so you just play like the blue bowl is the shot, and you just try and beat it on the draw.
She'll be looking at the mat from the mat and saying, well, that was the line I needed. Now if I just change my weight, and we see the Kensington team carrying on. Dawn Owens looking to get one up and over to match those red disc bowls. Yep. So Bev saying that weight, I wasn't unhappy with that weight. She mightn't be unhappy with this bowl either. This is not a bad bowl.
One down, I think.
Yeah.
One down, and they can see the jack again now, so it makes it a little bit easier to draw shots now.
Bev Morel will be feeling pretty positive after that last shot of the previous end when she took the jack clean into the ditch. Right, they change over now. The skips go down with the Bowles-Kensington combination holding shot. But opportunities here again for Bev Morel.
Yes, I think Bev can easily play both sides of the rink here, John. We can draw her on the backhand to land the shot bowl or just under it, or we can play the forehand and just sit our front bowl over one roll.
Looked like she was going to play backhand onto that, where that blue bowl is to the left of the jack, as we see.
So probably extra chances on this hand because you have the jack as well to run into. Oh, that's big weight.
And narrow, is it? Whoa! Gosh.
Still only one down.
Yep. And the jack's easier to see. That second shot, she was asking which it was, and it is that shortish red disc bowl.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's pretty good, eh? Great result from there. Still only one. Yep. What's behind you there,
blue,
Fiona?
Yeah, a lot of blue disc bowls just past the jack, so... I won't be surprised if we see their forehand there where their red disc bowlers. Yeah, that's what she's playing now.
She played a bomb with a last on the previous end. She's looking to do something similar here. Onto that shot bowl, get a slide off it, push it out of the road, sit on it, and she's just going to fade. So I think I heard Fiona say we might be 2 down, did she?
I think so, John, and drawing for 3. And now if we touch jack, we might make 4. As you can see there, there's lots of blue disc bowls past the jack. So if Diane gets hold of the jack here, close to it, any jack would be 4 or 5.
Wow, but 1, 2, and maybe 3. So having stuttered along over the last 5 ends, the Kensington team come up with possibly 3 here. All right, not 3, but they're measuring another, are they?
Oh, I thought the back black one was the one they were thinking was in.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No, so not so. 2 it was. Worth a measure though. There were 3 bowls quite closely distance from the jack, but it's a couple there for the team which has been in front throughout. That's the team from Kensington, and it's now 14-11. So with a 2.25 hour time limit, we're going to finish probably at least one end short of this, just depending on how quickly they play. Of course, it depends on that.
Yeah, I think our finish time is about 1 minute past 2, John, more or less. So we might just have a 14-end game here.
Still anyone's match though, and this end ends up being quite crucial. So for Kensington, they scored on 5 of the first 6 ends and were leading 11-1. And then it was 4 of the previous 5 ends that had been the opposition. So it had got to 12-11. Now it's 14-11. That's the best start we've seen from Tanya. Right when it's needed. Yep, good adjustment. You can hear Skip saying, in fact, it's a perfect adjustment, isn't it? Oh, not quite, but a pretty good bowl there.
Yeah, you can't get in a lot of trouble if you've got a bowl a foot away, John. So that's one of the key things. Hard to drop 4s and 5s with a bowl that close.
Oh gosh, she wanted to be up there, aggressively, almost to sit that second shot would have been lovely. Just to rest on it, push it out, make 2 of it, or at least be up and over. Janice Little. She mightn't want this back. Oh, not quite enough of a feather to get up there. However, handy bowl there from Kim Rowland. Nothing over the head really at the moment. Janice Little comes up.
It makes it a little bit harder, John, for them to get in there on that hand now with that bowl there. The playing area to get in is only about 1.5 foot now.
Oh gosh. Hard to get in there now, of course, but there's no harm really. I looked at that mark and I'd be thinking, I'd play the other hand and just sit that second shot out, sit on that. But of course, it's slightly jack low, I think, so you might the danger of slipping it in for shot, which is possibly what this team will do now.
Yeah, this is close to a result.
Yeah.
Just about played it. It's going to be a close measure, John.
Yeah, so changing the hand now.
Yeah, a lot of chances on the forehand now for Fiona.
Well, it's a weight that doesn't look as she's going to be short, that's for sure. She asked for something over being up. Well, here's a go. Whoa, could have worked for her, and has. Still one down, probably, the Elmwood Park team. What does Diane call now?
So a couple of seconds as well for Elmwood, so they've got plenty to play to on this end.
Yeah, it doesn't need to change much from a previous shot, I don't think. Probably have the desired result. Fiona Frew. Looks a similar weight. Might be a bit wider, but still could come into play here.
Chance off the inside of the black.
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. It's building nicely, an intriguing end to this game. We're playing only the 13th, but we're unlikely to get 15 ends out, and it's Kensington leading by 14-11. A measure for shot at the moment.
And I'm thinking, John, that it is Kensington's shot. Elmwood have played two aggressive bowls at the head, and Kensington tried to cover, so you would have to say that Kensington's holding one here. Well, okay. So I might tip out the shot bowl here. It'll be close to two as well, so one and a measure to Kensington. So I think Bev will still play with weight here, trying to get hold of the shot bowls or the jack. It's actually going to play the backhand by the looks of it. No. A little bit undecided, Bev, but forehand in the end. I think we'll see reaching weight. Now only has to touch her own bowl. So it looks like neither player's convinced they've got the shot, so. So I'm not sure they're agreeing on what hand they're playing here. I think Diane wants to play the backhand. So yeah, I think Diane's going to play backhand again. And she is.
She doesn't look warm, does she? There's plenty of jackets on at the Palace. So she...
It's a good effort here.
Yeah.
So it's a definite measure for shot. Neither team seem to know who's got one at the moment, John.
Yeah, well, both skips were said that when they were down there, didn't they? They weren't confident. So
Bev doesn't have to change much from the last one, but I think she might have.
oh, I think she certainly, that's that sort of tentative, I don't want to give it away. Now we'll see what happens. Are they going to get the umpire in, or are they going to measure it themselves? I think Kensington was saying, we think you've got it, weren't they, or not? No. No. Well, you'd be picking it up, wouldn't you, if they said that?
It is 1 to Elmwood, I believe.
And try it again.
Looking at
Yeah,
that.
well, yeah. Try it again.
Definitely looks like 1 to Elmwood, going by that last measure. The measure looked like it didn't go through at all.
Yep, so there we are. It is 1-2 Elmwood. Tight measure. They're back on the board again. And now the score is 14-12, and this could be the last end. But very quickly getting the mat down this time. Tanya Woodham. No messing around.
Yeah, John, this will be the last end. There's only probably 3 or 4 minutes at bare tops, so they'll never get through an end of fours in that time.
So this is a really crucial time for the leads to kick in with a good first up, change the complex of the whole end. If you can get one close, Tanya Woodham, weight looks good. It's not a bad bowl at all, so she'll be happy with that. It's a good starter.
Yeah, that's really good when you're chasing 2, because now all jack movements will bring that bowl into play if it isn't already in play. So that's the key from the leader, is to put 2 bowls in the playing area and let the rest of the team do the work to get the 2 shots they require.
Just looking at that, it's a card, isn't it? Just on the end of Diane's lifter, I thought it was a slide of Panadol. You know, but there you see the see the card. There we are. The 5 off something. Hearts.
5 of hearts. And the other side is the Queen of Hearts.
Yeah.
So, might have to ask her next time I see her what that means.
Yeah. Final end, 14-12. Kensington have led throughout, 11-1 after 6 ends, 12-11 after 11 ends. Oh, she's going to get tied up on her own, I think. Just under it, but well, the first time, really one of the few times we've seen Barbara Hopper miss the target. She wanders back and picks up a jacket now and reflects on this match, in which she's played very well throughout, been very consistent, but would have liked one right in the zone this time. Kim Rowland. So that hooter or siren that you heard sound was the time limit, so this definitely is the last end. So the fact is that while you might have taken a start time at home, but we're actually, and we did too, but we're playing the stadium time. So that's the official time here for these competition games. Oh, here we are, a little bit tense.
It's a big opportunity for an extra end, John, I think, especially with Elmwood having the shot.
Yeah, and maybe 2 after this, Here goes Kim Rowland, needed to take a bit of weight off her last. Maybe not that much weight. Beautiful line, hey, gosh. Well, Elmwood, I don't know, might have 3 there, have they? Looking at that. Big 2 metres gap. Janice Little knows the correction she makes, and that is she doesn't want another one being picked up from the ditch. Oh, she might just knock up that last one of her opponent.
Well, still over a yard, John, to draw a second shot.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
potentially draw or win the game. So Elmwood are right in this.
Just heard Bev Morrell say you've got to take your green here, Fiona. And we saw early in the game where where Fiona went way out, almost knocked over that tripod you can see out there. And in the ditch, gosh, not the result. Yeah, take a deep breath on the mat.
Yeah, I like the line, John. Just the speed now.
Yeah, well, there it goes. Yeah, from 3 down to 1 up now, probably. That was the situation, and Bev will be a bit disappointed that, when the front end of her opposition was playing a bit scratchily, that they weren't able to take advantage of it.
A good one here from Fiona could create 1 or 2, so chance to trail the jack.
Or take out the shot. Now. 4 down, she says. Well, you never know.
Slice of luck there for Elmwood.
It's a change nothing shot from Dawn Owens. Oh, I think she might have changed something, has she?
Only got to beat the front blue.
Yeah, but a weight.
Only got to beat that.
Oh, yep, and she did. So she's cut out a couple anyway.
May well be 2 to Elmwood. It's definitely 1 to Elmwood. They're not going to tell us either, John.
No.
Elmwood having a close look, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's 2. I don't think it changes Bev's shot. Yeah, I just think Bev just tries to draw a shot.
Yeah. She knows it's there. It's drawable. Nothing in the road. She's told the others to take some green, so she knows what's required.
You're down to speed. That's close. And the jack is 3. What a shot, Bev Morrell.
Yeah, gee. And now that's taken the jack a wee way off the centre line too. It's still gettable for Diane Strawbridge, but it's a more difficult shot. She knows she's 3 down. The 2 skips mutter to each other down the other end.
Yeah, Diane's definitely going to go down and see how much more room she's got now. What a bowl from Bev Morrell, though. Who
She's played a couple of bombs, hasn't she?
Yeah, no pressure there. No pressure drawing a shot and plays a monster.
Lots of the other bowlers and those waiting to play in the next round are inside the clubhouse here at Royal Oak in Auckland. So it was a quick visit to the head for Diane. She only needs just needs to draw second.
Yeah, she doesn't need the shot, John. Just second, beat the 2 back
No.
bowls.
Yeah.
And it's a good line. It's just this pace now. Just a yard quick, I think. Now, I wonder whether Bev might change her hand here.
Oh, why would she do that?
And I only say that just because their red disc bowl's out on the other side, and she might not want to land a bowl alongside her shot bowl and give 2 bowls to land on.
Fair enough. Yep.
So
Cool.
At the moment, there are lots of gaps on the forehand. So what Bev doesn't want to do is fill one of those gaps. So I wouldn't be surprised, but no, she's going to carry on down the ditch side. The worst place she can finish is between the shot bowl and the third shot.
Yeah.
And that would give Diane 3 bowls to land then. She hasn't helped Diane at all with this bowl, I don't think.
No, that's in the count, isn't it? So, and that won't be what's worrying Diane. She just knows that she has to beat those 3 bowls there that Morel has finished in.
Yeah, just drop
So
1 yard away.
This for the match.
Draw a shot.
Yeah.
Here we go.
This for the match. She's narrower. She's narrower.
All her bowls in front. All her bowls in front, John. All her own bowls.
Oh, and she's playing a bomb. There it goes. She used the bowls that were in front of the jack, and she was able to take it beautifully in and score the second shot that she required. It's been an intriguing match, this particular game between Elmwood Park and Bowls Kensington, and it was 11-1 at the halfway, or after 6 ends. Then suddenly it was 12-11 as Elmwood Park fought back, and it was just that last bowl from the skip of the winning team, Bowls Kensington, Diane Strawbridge, which has ensured that it is Kensington which have won their 3rd match and will go through to post-section. So victory to Kensington over Elmwood. We're going to show you some highlights of this match, and then we'll be back later on for our next match in the Women's Champion of Champion 4s at Royal Oak.
Think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.
And a very warm welcome back to this Royal Oak facility here in Auckland. It's called the Palace, and we've had one remarkable game already which saw Kensington beat Elmwood Park by 14-13. It was a great comeback by the Southern team, and now we see a couple of Southern teams, one from Stoke in the Nelson region and the other from Invercargill in Southland. There's the Stoke team, skipped by Kirsten Edwards with Amy McElroy, Carolyn Kean and Gemma Watts, and they are up against this combination from Invercargill. We got a glance of their form because we saw their scoreboard in the match next to us a little bit earlier on, and that is the Sharon Segrin as skip, Glenys Paisley, Robin Clark and Pam Calder. So the match has started, and joining me this time, I'm John Macbeth, in case you've forgotten. It's a forgettable name and voice. I'm joined by Kevin Hickland. Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, good afternoon, John, and great to be my first time here at what was the Onehunga Bowling Club, the new Royal Oak Indoor Complex, which certainly is an outstanding addition here to the club. Wonderful surface, great viewing, and a really added facility in the bowls venues around the country.
Yeah, this is round 5. It's still a qualifying situation. The teams need to win at least 3 to get through to post-section. It's a Somerset Champion of Champions 4s. And we've seen all these teams. You sort of look at favoured teams around, and you see some of them are getting knocked over unexpectedly. And while we might have teams here which don't contain the most famous names in New Zealand bowls, they are all very, very well equipped to play at this level. And we've seen some great bowls. Here we have the team with the red discs, that's Stoke, and the blue discs, that's Invercargill.
Well, of course, as well, John, within the Stoke team, we have got 2 former New Zealand representatives in Kirsten Edwards and Amy McElroy, and an age group New Zealand representative as well in Gemma Watts. And in the Invercargill side, Pam Calder, very, very well-performed player from the Deep South. So, and of course, down there used to playing on what we would call the indoor surfaces. So, and of course, both of these sides need to win this to qualify. So this really is a post-section game for both of these sides.
Yeah, the fourth member of the Stoke team is Carolyn Kean, who's still a junior and has really made remarkable strides there, winning centre titles, lots of club titles, but centre titles as well. So this is a strong combination if they get it together.
Well, I did bump into John just a few moments ago, one of the greats of New Zealand bowls, now up in the far north, Anne Lomas, of course, who a dual world champion of years gone by. She's playing out of the far north, and they've qualified for post-section play tomorrow. So there's one of the, let's say, former New Zealand icons who's will be there in post-section play tomorrow.
See, we've got Kensington up there as the other team, but in fact it is Invercargill.
It is.
Just a carryover. Lots of work to be done in between games from our production crew, who hardly even get time to grab a sandwich or anything. Well, I know there's one member of our team grabs more than a sandwich, but anyway.
I can confirm I'm watching, John. Great bowl coming in here from Amy McElroy with the red disc on. Just going to drop by, and you would have heard then the skip Sharon Segrin saying to Glenys Paisley, just draw down there on that forehand side, full length head. There's no doubt on this surface, if you take the green, you'll be rewarded.
And as we tend to see too, it does take it can take 3 or 4 ends for the players to get to grips with it. We see there 3 bowls and with pretty good green.
And of course, with it being 15 ends, John, it's not a long fours game, so therefore, dropping large numbers is not on the menu. There's McElroy, of course, a medalist, played New Zealand the Commonwealth Games over on the Gold Coast, and of course, very famous husband in the bowls world as well. As we see this bowl of Amy McElroy's just arced towards the jack. And definitely a couple of shots on the changeover to the Stoke side.
Yeah, Kirsten Edwards, we've seen a lot of her over the years, very calm, very talented player.
Of course, Kirsten, of course, formerly of Wellington, now of Nelson, and you're quite right, John. A very, very well-performed player on the domestic and international scene.
So our first glimpse of the Invercargill skip there, Seagram. I had a very comfortable win in their last match.
Just a matter here how long this bowl's going to hold on to the port between the two red bowls. It's going to get the jack, is it? Gets a flick onto the bowl, and well played by Sharon Seagren. Just drew into that gap. Would be interesting. Still one down, perhaps. They're looking closely at it.
Yeah.
You heard it there from Amy McElroy, probably one down. So well played by the Invercargill skip. Converted a pretty, not looking too good ahead, not many bowls on the head. Converted to a counting position more than likely with her first bowl on the first end of 15 ends.
Lots of noise in the background. You can hear there's other matches on.
You'll quickly see, John, as you well know, and for the viewers, you can very, very quickly, out of the hand with the chalk lines on the rink, you can get a pretty good idea early on of the delivery of whether the bowl's going to be on line towards the target area or not, whether it's well greened, which this bowl here of Sharon Seagren's looks to be well greened again as it breaks its way down towards the head. Will just go past the Stoke bowl, but
yeah, she'll be annoyed about that really, because she had targets there, shots to sit on to enhance her situation there, but still.
Well, of course, the danger here, Edwards gets the jack. Everything in favour of the Stoke side. If she can get to the jack, it's all behind, and got the slice sideways.
So it is 2. Went from 1 to 2. So Invercargill begin with a couple off that last bowl, getting the slide, not the way she wanted from Kirsten Edwards, and so it's going to be Pam Calder from Invercargill who sends the jack down.
Yeah, Pam Calder.
Have the lead.
Pam Calder, the winner of numerous Southland titles, very, very well performed player down there in the Invercargill area, or the Southland area, where I was doing the numbers, funnily enough, doing a job for Bowls New Zealand the other day, actually, John, and I was somewhat surprised. There is still, in the Southland Centre, there's still 37 clubs that make up the Southland Centre. So it's a pretty big centre down there.
Yeah, it covers a fair area, of course,
it
but
certainly does.
Yeah, that's still magical numbers down there, and they continue to produce, as we know. You include Gore in that Southland area, of course, and that's
absolutely
one of the stronger clubs around. And I'm not sure. Does that Otautau come into
yes,
Southland or Central? Yeah, or Otago? Yeah. But anyway, so some good clubs and some very good players down south. Invercargill. And it's the Seagren skipped team scoring a 2 on the first.
And a good opening bowl from Pam Calder, the Invercargill lead, just drawing with her charcoaly bowl in the blue disc, just drawing literally jack level, the jack full length. You'll see the mat is all the way back, and the jack is positioned pretty much just a metre below the 2 metre mark, so it is a pretty full length head in this green, this new surface here at Royal Oak, running at around 15 seconds. And I don't know whether you're aware, John, that they laid the new surface here at Royal Oak and all completed on the Friday, and they had a club roll up on the Friday night in February, and then the storms hit, the February storms of Auckland.
Yes.
So this surface had to be completely relaid again. which was done when the storms subsided. So it is a very, very new surface.
That's pretty good service you get from some of these companies. I know this is a field turf surface here, and down our way we've had similar situations with a couple of clubs that have struggled with the water getting in and so on, and all the experience we've had is that the bowls manufacturers, the surface manufacturers, are in there quickly to make sure that they rectify things.
Yeah, they do a great job, because these surfaces, just like, even though we're not a grass green, they've still got to be maintained, they've still got to be looked after. So we see Robin Clark, Invercargill Club number 2. All got their, or most of them have got their jackets on. It is fairly nippy, I must admit, but not where we are. We're nicely tucked up inside.
So just looking at the results here, the Invercargill team beat Palmerston North by 14 shots to 12, and they were beaten by 17-9 by Omakau. Then they had a 24-3 win over Forbury Park. That was their last match, so that gives them a couple of wins, so they certainly need this one.
Well, they've started this second head off fairly strongly with a couple of good counting bowls right on the jack level on this 3/4 length head. Gemma Watts, of course, started her bowls in the counties region a long time ago. I'm just looking at this rink though, John, because it's a new surface, and I just wonder whether it's because it's pretty new. It takes a while to get that, what we would call, natural arc on the draw. It's a good surface, but it's just a matter of adjusting to the line, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've seen, and all the rinks will be slightly different. So we saw in the previous game that it did take 2 or 3 ends for some of the players to settle in. Others seem to have that knack of just landing on the proper right line, get their weight initially, happy with that maximum length, stay with that, and they start to have a controlling situation or influence over a game. But others, it takes a bit longer.
So on the backhand now is Amy McElroy, a couple down on the head is the Stoke side. Watch this bowl of McElroy's arcing, just gets clean under this bowl. Have a good bowl here. Oh, just went past the jack. Just missed the jack by mere centimetres.
So Kirsten Edwards and her team, they lost to the team we've just seen win in our previous broadcast match. That was Bowls Kensington, just one shot in it, 12-11. And then they went on and beat Poverty Bay by 20-7. And their last shot was a 14-8 win over Waihi Beach RSA. Well, we're not getting much that's short on this end, that's for sure. And
no,
sometimes that's a good plus.
I was just thinking that bowl then, as it arced its way into the head, that bowl of Glenys Paisley that didn't want to get a touch of the jack there, as it going sort of, it was cutting away and wouldn't have been very helpful for them. It was only centimetres away from getting a touch on the jack, and so Amy McElroy just trying to improve slightly on her first bowl. It was very close to getting to the jacks. It's going to be under the head here. They'll change over with Invercargill definitely holding maybe 3 shots.
It looks certainly that way. It could even be 4 with the blue discs being Invercargill. So we now have heard that we've got 6 teams who've qualified. Any with 3 wins have qualified, and probably a maximum of 10 to qualify. So we look there: Balmoral, Hastings, Waimati, Bowls Kensington, Omakau, and Far North RSA. These teams still have an opportunity. Yeah. Stoke, Invercargill that we're seeing now, Waihi, Birkenhead, Elmwood Park, and Hinawera.
And just to correct that, just a notation, that was the women's fours. The header board there actually
Just testing you.
So,
there we are.
It's the women's fours. Kirsten Edwards on her backhand in 2 of 15 will be endeavouring to save the situation here or get second shot. So it's certainly out on that wider arc, and how far is this going to come back towards the jack? Just going to depend on the weight.
Yeah. Not quite enough for shot, but almost. But a big cut down. That's a big save for this team. So Sharon Seagren now knows the situation. They're holding 1. They lead by 2 on the board. This is just the second end. Playing the other hand to her opponent. There's a nice little track through there. If she moves that jack, she'll be happy. Oh yeah, lovely bowl, brilliant bowl.
Superbly played by Sharon Seagren. Changed her hand, as you rightly said, John, and just got that touch on the jack on the draw. And could well be 4. And obviously, from looking at Kirsten Edwards' body language, she can't see the jack to try and run. Or she might be able to run the jack or the counters. So the camera gives you a different angle to what it really looks like on the head. But certainly, it was a fantastic shot for the Invercargill skip, because it certainly converted more shots and has made it a very difficult head to play to.
I think Amy's saying, get in there, play it narrow and hard.
Well, she has to play it with weight to get down under that line, which is no doubt what Kirsten Edwards is looking for. That won't hold up, I don't think. It's way under the line. And
so we could have a remarkable start to this match by the team from Invercargill as Amy McElroy goes in, flicks out 2, flicks out 3, says to them, if you want another, you measure. And they're finger measuring initially. I wouldn't be surprised if the tape comes out.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, there it goes. I didn't have one. I know I'm the free at 3 and I should have one, but can someone else do it for me? No, they're not going to measure.
So we'll find the measure now and concede.
Yeah. So a very good bowl from Sharon Seagren. She had perfect weight, which just moved the jack slightly. Initially, they've been holding 4, and Kirsten Edwards cut it down to 1. But with a very fine judgment, Sharon Seagren drew, moved the jack, and gave them a 3. So 5-0 it is after 2 ends.
And the great thing about that bowl from Sharon, John, was changing her hand to the ditch hand, which she hadn't been on that hand, and played that wee bit of a tighter line under the head, down to the jack, and got duly rewarded. So great start from the Invercargill's side as we commence end 3 of 15.
So having won the end, it's Invercargill who set the place of the jack and the mat and then get the first bowl. That's come from Pam Calder. This here is Gemma Watts, the Stoke lead.
She's out on the wider arc. Will it come all the way back? No, it won't. Just going to go by. As you said, John, takes a few ends perhaps to get that line or to find that mark on the green. That's also so important. If you can find a mark or patch on the green where you know that bowl's going to start its arc from, it's just a good. It just helps you very, very much.
Second bowl coming in for the Invercargill team. Nice position over the head by a good 1.5 metres. It's great.
And John, just as an aside, because I know that in Northeast Valley, congratulations to Jim and Ruth Scott. Jim, of course, an icon of New Zealand bowls, celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary yesterday, surprisingly at the Northeast Valley Club. So congratulations to Jim and Ruth.
Gosh, great supporters of bowls too. I mean, Ruth's been dragged along for years, hasn't she? And
She certainly
she's
has.
always there, always has a smile on her face.
Certainly has, yeah. Great supporter.
So Robin Clark playing at 2 for Invercargill. Nice line here. Looks a bit heavy, of course, but she's just seeking to get the... Oh, gosh, quite a bit heavy.
You might notice, John, when the camera goes around, you'll see a chalk it looks like a cross coming down towards the head there, and that's just about the line to the breaking point of the bowl. And I've noticed if you're just around that area, you'll see it out in front there now. If you're just under that, you'll have a good line to the jack.
That's really good from Carolyn.
Excellent bowl from the Invercargill player.
Stoke.
Carolyn Kearn, the junior. My apologies.
Yeah. So I'm sure I'll get a message from Vince Roper, her coach, if he's back in New Zealand from a trip overseas. And he'll be probably giving me a bowl-by-bowl description of what she's doing.
Good bowl there from Glenys Paisley, and you'll notice that bowl as well. Just was on that line that we spoke about, and Kirsten Edwards just encouraging Caroline, just stay on that line. Just, that's the key thing. Don't start cutting your green. You found the line, now just keep on that line and you'll be rewarded. And you'll see now just going to be just outside that chalk mark. Over the head though. And I think at this early stage, John, the Stoke side would be quite happy to register something on the scoreboard to get started, because 15 ends is not that big a game really.
No. Well, this might just get an inside edge, will it? Or a backdoor job.
Just going to fall, just a bowl jack low. Yes, that's just, you would have heard there Kirsten Edwards saying to Amy McElroy, we need another bowl on the head, which is so true, they do. Got that very, very deliberate delivery has Amy McElroy. And just going to depend on the weight of this. Certainly had a good line.
It's a good call. It just gives her player the knowledge that that bowl is in fact not far short of the jack. So if she can just draw onto that, turn it over.
Not far away.
Not a mile away, just outside it, but pretty good effort. So that was not a bad weight for it. It'd be good if she stayed on, but they're not. See, 1, 2, 3 bowls on the out of pen picked out of the ditch, which means they're out of play, of course.
And it's a difficult head for both sides really to play to, because for Amy McElroy, Amy's just got to drift around that front second shot bowl and get to the counting area. And how this is going to depend on weight.
Well, she's playing the same shot really that the opposition are playing, and so had to be slightly tentative, needed to get around it, as you said, Kevin, but as her opponent was saying, don't get around it, tip it over, that'll be shot for us. So they're both playing this almost the same shot, it's just a bit of weight difference.
Yeah, it may look quite an easy shot to play, but it's not actually. It's quite a challenging shot to play, especially to get that weight right at that deep on the green. You've seen the bowls skip past the 2 metre mark, 3 of them up there on the bank. So it's the margin of error is not that big. It's a difficult shot. Royal Oak, of course, has come about with the amalgamation of the Hillsborough Club, which is just up the road here, about a kilometre up the road, and of course the historic and famous Onehunga Bowling Club, and they merged together a few years back and have formed now the very successful and well patronised Royal Oak Bowls Club.
Sharon looks as though she's trying to get in between those two to take the jack, hit the shot even. Is that her? That's not her. She knocks up a red, but it's out of play.
Well, if you have a look at the head, John, the shot bowl now sits in a very vulnerable attacking position now. You know, we'll see what happens here, but, you know, we might see Sharon Seagrin actually try and attack that bowl on the backhand. Play down to the shot bowl, but Kirsten Edwards may well have other ideas here and get another bowl. It's well played by Edwards.
Still one. Not sure, she wasn't a mile away on the forehand there. I think she'll probably stay with that. That's no risk of getting caught up in the other stuff. And if she does go slightly wide, she could take that shot bowl out anyway. So options here, and we can't quite see what's over the head, but they've certainly got bowls there. She almost closes her eyes for a moment before she plays it. So here she goes, gone wider. Dropped her weight though, which is encouraging for the nudging the own ball onto the shot, but she's a bit wide for that. So here we go, last bowl of this end, 5-0 it is Invercargill, and Stoke holding shot at the moment. Looking to make it 2. Has to be careful she doesn't knock up their opposition bowl. She's wide of that. Yeah, it was always fraught with a bit of danger, wasn't it? You know, and so Red get the shot here, and for the first time in a game, it's Gemma Watts who has the mat.
I mean, you'll see straight away that Gemma Watts has moved the mat up a good couple of metres from the deepest part of the rink, and we'll see now what length that Gemma goes with, trying to change that, and it'll come down to the 2 metre mark, just change things around a wee bit. Gemma Watts, of course, former New Zealand age group player. The Stoke Club, of course, got some famous names there, Edwards, Hodson, and they certainly do a lot, run a lot of events, as do the Nelson Club down there in the top of the south, a very active centre, and some very, very good players and very active clubs.
Of course, bowls is like any sport. If you have success in an area, in a region, then it breeds success, and youngsters look at other youngsters succeeding, so they want to have a go at it, as we'll find out, no doubt, with football, Kevin, after that fantastic win by the Football Ferns.
Well,
Gosh, there'll be kids lining up now to play football, as they did when our women's rugby team won that World Cup. So it is success. Success is the best thing, and good publicity, of course, to get other youngsters involved in a sport, and bowls is doing its bit. Nice bowl here.
It certainly is. Interesting you made that point, John. I had lunch today with the person, you know, the CEO of Sport New Zealand, and let's just say that Sport New Zealand are pretty delighted with the start of the FIFA World Cup.
Funny that.
Good bowl here from Gemma Watts, going to get past the jack level bowl of Pam Corders. He's called it, very experienced Southland player, well known in the region down there, winner of numerous titles. So Carolyn Kean now. There you heard Amy McElroy saying whatever, or Kirsten Evans, whatever hand suits you.
Well, Carolyn and her partner Dave Parata, they've just produced their first grandson Lachlan, only a matter of a few weeks ago. So Dave will be, he'll probably be doing a bit of babysitting, as he enjoys doing. We see them over our way a bit too, Kevin, at Raumati. They've been up and had a few roll-ups. They've got family not far away from the bowling club here.
Very active club is Raumati.
Yes, yeah. I just got a message from the new president of the club, who's replaced me, and she's going to be fantastic, I think, too. And she said, "Oh, by the way, the AGM of the bowling centre is on tomorrow. Even though you're not one of the delegates, we do have room for an observer." And I said, "Oh, sorry, I'm working."
Yeah, it's a fair call, mate.
Yeah. It was good.
So we're playing, of course, in 4 of 15, and Caroline with a different needs to get past this front clear. On either, it's going to hold on, will it? It'll come in behind the head. Will it stay up? Yes, it will.
Yeah, that's good. Because that jack's right back at the 2 metre mark, so there's not much that's running on well here, you would say. And slightly, she was just only a fraction off the green she needed to snare the jack or sit on that shot bowl, playing that hand.
There's certainly a good finish to the 2 metre mark, you're right, John. It's definitely a good draw down through there. And looking at the camera angle before, it does appear, and we may be wrong, the red disc bowl of Gemma Watts looks as though it was the shot when we saw that last camera angle. We'll get an idea shortly as Amy McElroy will play on the backhand with the red disc. Well, if this gets inside the line of just needs to get inside it clean.
Yep, done it.
And we'll do so. Well played. That's definitely the shot. That Amy McElroy pink bowl. One down.
I'm sure we'll see Glennis will play that same line, same hand, rest on that. Stands there with the bowl held limply down by her right-hand side. Still taking instructions. Backs off the mat, which is good. Reassesses. Oh no, other hand now. Okay.
Yeah. Going to look down. She said, we've got the best back, so try and come down underneath that line to the pink bowl or jack.
Oh, not a mile away.
Close.
Going to dip under it. No, she's got it.
Well played. Well played.
It's probably 3 shots now. Good call from the skip, Sharon Segrin.
Excellent call by the Invercargill skip, just to play down with reaching weight onto what was definitely the shot bowl. Amy McElroy now will try and that first bolt. She got the same line, has she? Looks a bit tighter from my spot here. Needs to be clean underneath it. Oh, fall in. Wow, if it fell in, not out, it had a chance.
So as they were all starting to head up the other way, a couple of the players got down that end. It's still 1 to play, though, for Glennis. So this time, backhand. No danger there now. Just reaching those would be really good, the little group of bowls that her skip indicated.
Oh,
get
gets
around
part.
that short bubble. Yeah, that's good. And a good home.
Absolutely, yeah, I agree, John. Over the head, sitting down by that Amy McElroy pink bowl, down by the number there, number 1. You'll see clearly there that.
So here's the men's champion of champion 4s and how they've gone. Remember, if you've won 3 or more, you have qualified. So there we see Manarewa, Birkenhead, Elmwood Park, and Palmerston North and Onarahi, with chances still those with 2 games and 1 to play, or 1 lost, I mean. You see Jury Hill there, Alexandra, Invercargill. So some really tough games and some outstanding performances too, as we've seen throughout this competition. Getting in front early doesn't always mean you're going to win. And we've seen quite a few have advantages early and not get through. Those teams there without wins included Gisborne and Featherston. And we'll be featuring some men's matches tomorrow.
You'll also note, John, that the champions, that 4 side last year was the Paratutu side, skipped by Darren Gooden, and I see they're here again this year, but won't be there tomorrow morning in post-section play.
No. Well, Sharon having just a bit of good fortune there. She wanted to come inside those 2 bowls and not flick the pink bowl of Amy McElroy's into the count. She did flick it, but it came back again. So her weight was perfect. And she has another bowl remaining. Last bowl for Edwards. I think there's 3 down there, are they? I think so. Oh, is she going to hit that?
Needs to get past
clean. She is
clean.
going to hit that. No.
Well, I think it's 3 as well, John.
So a big opportunity now for Sharon to fine correction needed on her last. Absolutely minimal correction required to come in for another shot.
And of course, Sharon has favoured now on playing on this forehand going up towards the clubhouse, so she's got a good idea of where that line is. And it gets past this front.
Great.
So
inside
got
that
running.
pink. She's got it. Yeah, beautiful bowl.
That's for sure will count. Oh, fell out, not in.
1, 2. Amy won't give anything away without a measure, so she's there. Down goes out comes the measure this time. So they'll go to that pink bowl first. That's the closest one for Stoke. Already 2 have been taken out. I don't think that last one of Sharon's quite got there. Another turn would have been good for it. Let's see.
No.
Just falling short. Now this one here also looks like it might be just a bit short, or is it in the count?
It's in. Three it was.
3 it was. So this is a grand start for the Invercargill team representing Southland, this women's champion of champion 4s, sponsored of course by Somerset. It's 15 ends, or a time limit of 2.25 hours, and we're working off the club clock for this. So it's Invercargill with Pam Calder, Robin Clark, Glenys Paisley and Sharon Segrin. And there's Sharon just straightening the jack up, just shy, half a metre shy of the 2 metre mark. And wearing the sun visor is Pam Calder. Settled on that forehand side now. Not going to be a mile away.
Coming down to that chalk mark, which is it's a real great great indicator there. If you're just through that little chalk mark out there, or just underneath it, you're going to go in fairly close to the jack area. And the rest in change of hands from Gemma Watts going on the backhand side.
So we had perfect weight there from Pam Calder. I'm sure she'll just stay there. She's asking, should I change hands? But really, she played that so well. Oh, she is changing hands. Interesting. Righto.
That is a bit surprising, really, John. You'd think she got that confidence past that bowl. It's only going to be a metre.
She's played this well, though. Yeah, I'm not worried about what hand I play, she says. I'll put another one in there.
Yep.
Really great. Ah, that's good lead bowls. One either hand, and both of them counting as shots. Watt's looking to put on just a little bit more weight. Looks a bit tight again.
Put that green line in. Needs some luck. Gets a wee bit.
Gets it.
Second shot, it would be. And 15 ends, John. 8-1. Although they were playing in 5 or 15, you need to start scoring.
Yeah, I'm sure that's in their minds, and then they just need to, and our viewers will too, remember that it was 11-1 after 6 for Kensington, and they had a real battle, finishing up winning by 1. So, but you don't want to get too far behind, and another couple here makes it difficult, but this is such a talented Stoke team that you wouldn't wipe them out early on.
Certainly would not.
Looking a bit tight on this, but I've seen those nice breaks that the Stoke have had so far with inside edges and little flick-ons and good weight here. Yeah, very good weight.
Caroline is more than likely, green-wise, John, she's more than likely only one bowl under the line of where she wanted to be, so it's only a small adjustment, really. Her weight was very good.
Robin Clark almost the same line as Carolyn.
And again, there's one of those chalk marks, obviously, for marking the green, which is, you can't see it right now, but when that camera gets down that end, you can see it, and that's obviously, it's a good mark-up. Out wider this time is the number 2 for the Stoke side. There's this chalk mark right there. And that's the mark to get you back to the centre line, John.
Perfect green, no doubt about that. So if you wonder what those marks are, they're actually the marks for the rinks when they're using the other direction, just in case you think someone's gone out and said, look, this is a green to take. I'll put a mark here for you.
Yeah, correct, John.
Sounds like what you do at practice for new people, isn't it? Look, just try and draw over this, go over this mark here. That'll get you somewhere close. McElroy now, her pink bowls coming down, playing the backhand. And as she looks down, she would see that those 5 bowls have really missed their green. A couple only fractionally.
Well, they're getting their bowls back to the centre line. It's just that adjustment of a metre of weight, really, John, isn't it? Because that last bowl of Caroline's and that bowl of Amy McElroy's got right back to the centre line. So it's just that slight adjustment of weight. But the Stoke side really need more bowls on the head. That's the key. Coming down here. Going to get the jack, is it? Well, this is good and bad.
Bad. Might be 2 down.
Could well be. You heard.
Oh gosh, what was building up as a nice head for Invercargill.
Kirsten Edwards getting Amy McElroy on that forehand to change her hand.
And Glenys Paisley's experienced enough to know that she can't let that get on her head. And certainly Sharon won't be berating her or anything. That's the sort of thing that happens in bowls.
Certainly does. And camera will have a good look there. You'll see there the 2 red disc bowls just past the 2 metre mark, and the next the 3rd shot bowl, which is the Invercargill bowl, is the dark blue bowl up in front of the jack, and there's a good draw port through there for Amy McElroy, and of course there's a bowl there a red disc bowl just out from the head that I'd imagine a couple of, or one turn on that, you'd imagine John would just about make a counter of it.
So we'll see what Sharon does. Does she play that backhand, which is less dangerous? There's her own bowls here there to turn over. Yes, she does. And she played with such perfect weight going the other way on that last end. So you'd be suggesting that she'll get in that zone somewhere. It's her own bowls to use. See those, all those grey or black bowls are hers. She can sit into these two that are holding her out of a couple of shots, or that was her intention.
She played that with certainly, as you say, John, with intent to get to those two counting bowls. So Edwards will be happy if she can get, if Kirsten can get a counter, but on the other side of the head. And turn this bowl over. Whether that's enough, don't think so.
I just wonder whether those two shots that Sharon was looking at are worth a couple for Invercargill. If she stayed, it might be 3. Let's see. Same again or more draw weight? Same again.
It's on a different line though, John, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, she was more draw to save here, I think. Whoa. Not quite. So a couple of shots there with one to play, I think, for Edwards, yeah.
So, well, that, so
yeah,
what,
get that bowled out.
It's worth a lot of shots. Difficult to get out, one would think.
This is quite an important stage of this game. When you're down 8-1, you've been given a couple, and that happens. And then there's the opportunity, if one of the opposition bowls can be nudged out, you could get way back into this game. So Edwards looking at the line. What can she see from there? No, she can't see it. She's shaking her head. I don't think so. I don't think I can get it.
Well,
we'll have a look at the head and see what she was looking at, because when we see it, you'll see the jack is, it looks to be reasonably exposed from down that end, but there's a lot of short bowls. Here we go now. So, you know, through there, that's a good draw for her. Move the jack back, get 3.
I think, John, if they're well, they know they're holding 2, and I think it's about risk versus reward. And
yeah, I think they'll go. They'll have a wee look at it. Here we go, searching for the gap here.
This is close to a
Through
counter.
the gap. Yeah, that's it. She's played
it clean,
hasn't she? Whoa. Might be
we'll
in
see
the count.
whether it counts.
Is it? Certainly and it will be sticking in the craw of Glenys Paisley as she flicks out 1. Let's see. Closest bowl. Flicking it out now to the Stoke bowl.
Just the 1.
Oh, just the 1. Wow.
The 1.
Not quite the dreadful result that Glenys probably thought it was going to or could end up as. So a single to Stoke, and it is still the Invercargill team leading by 8-2.
Yes, the angle, of course, John, that we sit at doesn't always give what it looks like on the green, so to speak. It certainly looked like there was chances there, and it definitely looked like more than one. But we'll notice here that Kirsten Edwards has deliberately shortened the length of the jack-up. I thought at some stage that would have to happen to try and get a wee bit of, perhaps put the Invercargill side off a wee bit and allow Gemma Watts to get the Stoke side away to a good start.
Yeah, good tactic too, because Pam Calder on that last end bowled 1 on each hand, and both of them were absolutely perfect weight. So she had the edge off the front.
It's not a bad start.
See how she
there.
handles the shorter.
It's a good start there from Gemma Watts. Just 1 bolt outside the line, just lower the jack. So Pam Calder will follow that on the forehand. This doesn't look too bad, but is it just going to die now? Yes, it will. Of course, as you well know, John, on these shorter ends, of course, if things get clogged up in the front, it does make it somewhat challenging for those coming behind. Looks a better line here, though, from Gemma Watts, the Stoke lead. Just going to die and wait, is it? Yes, well, it sits in front. It's a couple.
So there's the indication of how short they are, which will annoy Gemma Watts when she looks at it, but it gives Pam Calder an idea. It's something quite satisfying, though, when you've been playing a certain length and the opposition get hold of the mat or the jack and they change it totally, and you stand up there and just nut it straight away. Eh? Get on there, don't think about it. So that's quite a good response, but still short, but Stoke holding a single by the looks of it.
Yeah, finished right on the centre line, did the bowl there of Pam Calder's. So now Caroline Keane will endeavour just to draw past that last bowl of Pam Calder's and is out on a good arc. On a very good arc as it breaks towards the head now. Is it going to hold up to get past the bowl? Yes, it will. Well played by the Stoke number 2. Ideal position.
Very quickly into her work is Robin Clark. Not a bad line for her bowls either if she's up there. I think she's going to be a bit short. Quite a bit short, but that wasn't a bad line. And but there's nothing over at the moment. This is getting into be one of those ends, short ends, as you mentioned earlier, where you get a lot of traffic that's short and it can hinder lots of shots later on.
Certainly can.
So ideally, Kian would like to be just over, draw dead or just over. Certainly no shorter than her last, just to get some applause from her skip. She certainly doesn't want to knock up that shortish bowl of the opposition.
She may come through this port, will she? So a touch on the jack around the corner would be happy for the Stoke side. And, of course, here Sharon Seagren, Dennis Paisley, she needs a bowl on the head for sure, and it's gone out on that wider side.
Well, at least Robin's got one up there. That's the main thing. She's got one up and over. I mean, it may come into play later, but certainly you would say her first one won't come into play, but you never know. It might well be the bowl that stops an aggressive shot. But short bowls can be such a pain. As Amy McElroy playing that forehand, she's seen that nice bowl of her number 2, grab the shot, and she comes. Looks a bit fine.
Turned one of her own bowls over, the Jack Level bowl. That was the bowl of Caroline Kearns that she just turned over.
Okay, Glennis. Don't think about that last bowl on that last end. Just get in. And I'm sure she's one of those who's played a lot of bowls. She knows exactly what's required. Here we go. Bit of a wobble as it was delivered.
Just a quick point there, though, John. You know, from a coaching point of view and a tactics point of view, this highlights player of Kirsten Edwards' experience, where the previous heads, really the other 5 heads that have gone by, had no control of any of the heads really, and decided to shorten the length of the jack up. All of a sudden has got control of the head. Pressure goes back on the other side, and it's good skipping from the very experienced Kirsten Edwards. And Gemma, so Amy Macca will be disappointed really that she fell short with that bowl, because it's an open gate really for the Stoke side on this particular end.
Of course, you know, you can make those calls as Kirsten had, but you've got to get the team's got to respond. And really, so far, it's only been that one bowl from the number 2 that's got in there, or a couple of hers are there. So, you know, they're sort of struggling just as much as the opposition, but at least they've got control of the situation at the moment. So one good bowl can win an end for you.
So Edwards and McElroy conversing what to play. I think it's looking. So Glennis Paisley having a look to see whether it may be more than one. A lot of aerobics, stretching aerobics going on here. John, not for you and me, but
no. Stretch and aerobics are two words that don't exist.
We're just naturally fit.
Yeah. I almost was able to tie my shoelaces up this morning. It was
well
really
done. Good bowl here from Edwards. Good bowl here from Kirsten Edwards. Gets that touch on the jack. Does so. Yeah, this is a different number now.
Might be 4.
Could be 4. Sharon Seagren down on the head on that forehand side. After Kirsten Edwards got a touch of the jack. Not to be outdone here.
Line.
Not to be outdone, is it?
She's not going to be up. Oh, gosh.
Would have cut one out, though, John. Would have cut the side bowl out. So I would say Stoke holding 2.
Yeah, maybe that one to the right's a third, but certainly cut out the shorter one. And here we go. Edwards trying to build on this. Jogs down after it.
Well, out on that safe wide side. This is well played. And a toucher as well. Straight line to the jack.
I think it's likely 4 now.
That little touch, you're right, John.
Yeah. Here goes Seagren. Last bowl of this, the 6th end. 8-2 advanced, but needing to draw to save here. She's gone a bit wider. She's hoping that bowl of hers is going to come in. And no, it does. Well, it does, but it's a bit too hard, but too much weight on that. And we have a situation now where, how many did they concede? 3, or was it 4?
Well, it looked like the signal that Billy Bowden used to sort of give. That looked like the 4.
Yeah. Some of the bowlers do that, don't they?
They do. It looked like the 4, but just highlights. This is interesting. So now we see Gemma Watts has taken the mat right back again to the 2 metre mark. From the other end, of course, Gemma Watts played with the mat up, so she's now got the mat back, but playing on that shorter length. Oh, it's more of a 3/4 length, really. But well played by the Stoke side. They capitalised on the opportunity, and 2 very good bowls from Kirsten Edwards, the skip, that really gave the conversion and added to the count.
We're playing end number 7 of 15 in this Somerset Champion of Champion 4s, women's 4s, a qualifying match. First bowl comes down from Gemma Watts. Just searching the board to see what's happened there. Can our cameras pick up the board and let us know? We can't see it from our position, so we don't know. It was a 4. There we are. 8-6.
So we're virtually at the halfway mark, and so really anybody's match now after the Invercargill side got away to a great start. That 4 on the last end, on the 6th end or 7th end.
So the Stoke team playing with red disc bowls. That's what you'll see in the hands of Gemma Watts. Plays the backhand, watches it very intently as she takes just a step off the mat. Kirsten Edwards just saying, oh, you're a bit heavy. Same position as the last.
Certainly had the good line, but just that metre and a bit of weight. 8-6 as we play in 7 of 15.
Well, mixing the length around is certainly affected the lead, Pam Calder, because she was getting into the zone previously, and so Edwards changed up the length. She's changed it again. So they're getting their number 2 goes to the mat, Carolyn Kean, playing the forehand, and
This
even though Invercargill are holding a couple, it's pretty scratchy at the moment.
Good bowl here from Caroline. You're going to come just in behind the jack. The red disc bowl sits right in behind it. That's what you want from your number 2. So on the forehand is Robin Clark, following the Caroline Kean bowl, but going to be under for sure.
Well, that's a really not good for Sharon Segrin. She looks up the rink and sees they're down 1, but they've got 3. Their closest 3 bowls are well out of play.
Well, they completely,
so that'll be going through Robin Clark's head too.
They become very quickly ineffective bowls, really, John, don't they, on the head? As we watch this bowl. Again, another good bowl coming in here from Caroline Kean, just going to finish a bowl so lower the jack, but definitely counting. So you would have heard Sharon Segrin indicating to Robin Clark, just draw around that front bowl, but gone right out on that wide side. As you well know, John, so often that when you get a front bowl lower the jack, just trying to get that line around it, you can easily just force yourself to be on the wide side, as we just saw then from the number 2 there. We just saw that from Robin.
Wasn't that bad a bowl as it looked to be, as though it was not going to be have any effect at all, but it's given them a bowl in a position which could come into play later on. McIlroy now with the option of not knocking up their own short bowl or just drawing in the back door maybe here. She's making the opposition bowlers not feel so bad there. She's joined them in that little short group and grins and knows it. That's where you don't want to be saying, now don't be short. The last word you hear is short, and your brain, being a bit foggy at times, thinks that last word was short. I shouldn't have taken any notice of it, but look at me.
So here we see now trying to make that adjustment. Is it going to get under the bowl, run straight into the bowl of the Caroline Keans, and there's definitely 2 shots to the Nelson combination from the Stoke Club.
That was sort of what you'd say a good bad bowl, or bad good bowl, and that it's cleared the line for her. She had perfect line. It's got rid of that bowl, even though it pushed it up for second shot. When she steps up to the mat next time, she'll have a clear view of those 2 shots, and she'll be hoping it's only 2, because Amy McIlroy is looking to make a reasonable correction here. No, she hasn't really.
Just pinched that green slightly. May count.
It's probably 3. Yeah, I think so. So righto, in you come, Glennis. You were right on target last time. Sharon gets out of her way. She delivers. She watches. She looks. She's reaching. She's not bad. She's not bad at all. Gosh, that's no luck.
Just needed to hold up for another couple. Well, it was only 1 bowl away, John, wasn't it, really?
Yep.
And that quick look around the cameras there, I think it is 3. You'll see the 3 red discs there, the 2 purple bowls and the pink bowl of Amy McIlroy's. Those 3 all look to be counting. 8-6 Invercargill leading in this must-win match for both of these sides to qualify for post-section play. It's certainly going to cut
even
under
the
the line.
skips can join.
Yeah,
They can join that short group. Gosh. Oh, look at her. She goes back as if to say, how on earth did that happen?
So Sharon Seagren endeavour to get just under that front bowl, get down towards the jack. I just wonder whether it's going to be out too wide to get all the way. It will be. Good weight.
So really, I think in this situation, she can afford to be slightly narrow, just so long as she gets under that bowl that you talked about. And if she is a bit narrow, then she'll, can sit there like this one's going to. This is going to be just underneath. This is the line that Sharon will be looking for.
And it'll finish in front. Well played there from Kirsten Edwards. And cuts that line off. Definitely 3 shots, maybe 4.
Underneath it, Sharon. There you go. Your weight was ideal last time. What do you think? You certainly are underneath it this time.
Better line here.
Into them. Into them. Into them.
Just a bolt not it.
Oh, gosh. Well, it's no luck there, the way of the Invercargill team. And for the second end in a row, they drop a 4. And so the score now sees Stoke in front for the first time in the game by 10-8.
Well, I think it highlights there, John, the tactics from Kirsten Edwards with that change of length, and it's certainly paid dividends, hasn't it, for the Stoke side?
And look now, they're going right short. Yeah, good throw of the jack too.
That's the length they feel comfortable with, scoring at that length. And as you know, John, once you start to sort of like struggle with that line and weight, it does become challenging, doesn't it?
No doubt. And fours is an unforgiving game, isn't it? Because you get 2 goes at it. And most of us like to have at least 3.
Absolutely. And it's one of the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, the president I see, just arrived here, gave us the royal wave as they walked past.
Was that the 1-finger salute, was it?
No, it was a full hand.
Oh, was it? Okay.
So an opening bowl there from Pam Calder.
Pam, yep, good bowl. No doubt if she's got one somewhere close, then it's a much better Invercargill team that's playing. The last couple of ends, she's fallen away.
Well, I know from a coaching point of view, John, the disappointment, and Gemma Watts knows this, is the in 4s, it's so important that you finish back on that centre line region, to start building the head. For those coming behind you, once you skip away under the head, your bowls struggle to become effective, and you sort of open the door a wee bit. Caroline Kent, been very impressive the last 3 ends, has actually drawn. She's been the lady that's given the good start, really, to the Nelson side. She's drawn bowls around the head. Very nice delivery out of the hand. And will be duly rewarded. Just went by.
So consecutive 4s they've dropped. And now they're holding a couple of shots on this end. So really important that Robin Clark helps the team from this situation. Something just around the jack would be really good. That's a very good bowl. Oh, that's lovely. Because that's where Kian's last bowl was heading.
Second shot is the big go here for Caroline Kearn. It's her concentration really on that forehand. Got those fingers parted, so we're going to get a smooth delivery out of the hand, which really happened. See those spread of the fingers just means that you're going to get that smooth delivery at the finish. Just how far is this going to come back? It's a great attempt by the number 2 for the Nelson side. It falls in. Well, it's far better than what it was.
Yeah, still 1-2 Invercargill. She's put one very impressive one down on this end, Robin Clark, after just being a wee bit erratic with her previous few, and she gets a backdoor job here.
Sneaks underneath it.
Which now is in the road of the forehand for Amy McElroy, but probably can get around it. Although with what she produced on that last end, she wouldn't be convincing.
No.
Takes a deep breath on the mat. Talented young bowler, as Kevin has said, former New Zealand squad player, and knows someone of the same name who's not a bad bowler himself.
And it needs to fall in. Another bowl on the head though for Edwards.
So Glenys can play without any fear really on that forehand side. She can rest on the last, that pink bowl. Look to get it away well.
Just
coming
needs,
in beautifully.
Yes.
Yeah, sit that and you're happy. And she does. Oh, gosh.
Fell on the outside. You'll see that deep breath. There it is. That always a trait of Amy McElroy's just before her delivery. Just gives that big, deep breath. Early childhood teacher. Hasn't got the weight.
Yeah, she needs to take about, what, 20 centimetres off her weight. That's about it, eh?
Well, I
Here
think
she goes, coming in nicely. Round that, is she round that short one
past the
or
front
under it? Under it, not quite.
Oh, be interesting to see that distance. They're playing away from what they're playing towards the clubhouse end here at Royal Oak. Great thing about this indoor complex here, of course, is that right along the length of the rink, how you'll see there, you can clearly see from inside the clubhouse that there's great viewing out onto the green here on this new surface which they've got here at Royal Oak.
Playing the 8th end of 15. Tight match. Invercargill were up by 8-1. Now they're down by 10-8.
Edwards close here on her forehand. Close here on her forehand. How far is it going to run? Oh, it's...
I think the Invercargill team won't be too worried about that as yet. I like this woman's weight drawing ability. You know, she's... I always speak too soon sometimes, but she just seems to have good control.
Well, not really, because that's
beautiful.
Turned her own bowl into the head there.
Yeah.
Of course, it does leave an opportunity, a sit or touch opportunity on the trail for Kirsten Edwards. Gemma Watts having a look to see what the number looks like.
Because I think really the movement of that bowl that's gone to the right of the jack as we look at it is probably in that line, the draw line that Edwards used last time. So she might look to go underneath that. Just trail it back to her last bowl.
Just try and drop underneath that bowl, as you rightly said, John, on that forehand side. Here it is, out of the hand. Went smoothly out of the hand.
Oh, she's dropped a weight.
Oh, she'll be disappointed with that bowl because A yard of weight didn't really do any damage there to the Stoke side.
I mean,
5.
she's wow. That's interesting. So she really plays the same shot as she did last time, and just promote the bowl that she left there last time. Or she might just play it nice and cautiously. Oh wow, wow! She's played another honey. If that's in the count, then that one probably is too.
Turned it in.
I can't believe that red one is not in the mix there somewhere, that one of McIlroy's.
Unless John was saying it was worth 5. Was that what?
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, yeah. Because these ones certainly look as though they're
because there's no other
in the count.
There's no other blue ringers unless those fronts. That's the bowl that we thought all along was the closest.
Yeah. So I've taken 2 out, I think.
Well, that's it.
3. What about the short one?
That's the one they're now going to, and that could well be in. If that back bowler was in, it is. It is 5.
Wow.
Well, that is.
Wow.
That was ultra deceive. Just out that one, I think. It is 5.
Goodness me, how deceptive that Canberra angle was. That shot of this first shot of Edwards looked to be settling in there nicely for second or third shot. But well, as we heard from Glenys Paisley when she said, "I think we've got 5," and as I think a lot of us might have interpreted, if you get rid of that red one, we've got 5. But it was a 5. What a big turnaround! Couple of big turnarounds in this game between Stoke and Invercargill.
Certainly was. I was quietly confident, John, that it was 3 at the most, to be fair, from the angle. And straight away, you'll see the difference. The mat's been placed back. Jacks have been delivered right down to the 2 metre mark for Pam, for the Southland side, for Pam Calder.
Yep. And look at that. You talked about that chalk line, which is going to go right over that.
There
just
it is.
To weights a
There's
bit
the marker.
shy, but not bad. Yeah. So no messing around. We don't want to play this short stuff, even though we did well with that last end. We want to play what our strength is, and that is 2-2.
Straight away.
A change for Gemma Watts as well.
Yeah, straight away. You see Gemma Watts going to the backhand out on that ditch hand, where normally it's out wide of the white marker there.
Oh, this is ditch.
That's in the ditch, that one for sure. 13-10 now as we play 9 of 15. And this the Somerset Champion and Champion 4s. Of course, earlier on we've had singles, pairs and triples, and this is the last of the Champion and Champion events. And a big thank you to the team at Bowls New Zealand who've done a wonderful job trooping around the country, moving cameras around from location to location, and they do a wonderful job to put all this live streaming coverage together of all of our major events in New Zealand.
I think you'd agree, though, Kevin, that it's worked much smoother this weekend than the previous 3 because Chris Lander's not here, is he? So not in Auckland. He's Crash has done a wonderful job, and that he was having this weekend off. He said he might just tune in and see what we do. Yeah, and they've spent a lot of time away too. The team from Bowls New Zealand. It's not just rocking the day of the competition. You're there well beforehand, and then it's a rush to try and get a flight out that night if you're in another city, and sometimes that's not possible. Yeah, very good bowl. I like that coming in from the number 2, Robin Clark.
2 very good bowls.
Kirsten Edwards. Yep, she's looking now for Carolyn Kean, who's handled those shorter or medium length ends very well, to step up now.
Of course, remember, both of these sides need this. They need this win to be able to qualify for post-section play tomorrow. And John read out earlier, of course, of those sides that have already qualified to be here at Royal Oak tomorrow for post-section play. And, of course, I'll just check, I presume everybody's at Royal Oak tomorrow. Yes, they are. It's just been confirmed to me.
And at various stages through this match, we'll throw those that information back up for you so you can check to see how your team has gone. This is coming in, but a bit wide to start with from Robin. So she's got one good one there that's just over the jack. That's probably the handiest, most important bowl of the lot.
Well,
Carolyn needing to add an extra couple of metres to this.
Yeah, very important now, John, for the Nelson side, the Stoke side, that they do some scoring, because Ian start to chip away now, 3 behind on the board, and it's going to slip away under the head. Definitely one, more than likely 2 shots to the Invercargill side.
I like this. She's looked good on this hand coming in this direction, Glenys Paisley. In fact, she's been pretty good all round for this team.
Yeah, been pretty consistent right throughout.
Yeah.
As the number 3 for the Invercargill side. Doesn't want to
hit that red one. No damage done.
Went sideways, not frontwards. So
yeah. Again, if she'd been a bowl wide, she would have hit her own one up, or one of her teams up. So that's the luck of the game. McElroy looking to get back into her best form. She looks to be narrow here and short, is she?
Well narrow, well short. I suppose from a coaching point of view, John, there's a standing from the mat there's a very, very important point, is to have, instead of trying to look inside to the target, look outside to the target, so that you'll get the bowl, to work back to the centre line. The minute you start to look inside the target, your bowl's just going to disappear under the centre line.
This might end up in a good home here.
Travelling down towards the sit level on the jack,
Yep.
Just go by. Another bowl on the head for the Southland side. You've heard Kirsten Edwards asking Amy McElroy, you happy on that backhand side? There's the big, deep breath. And just trying to adjust, I don't know, out of the hand. Looked to be inside, not outside, but it's going to prove me wrong, because this is on the line that we were talking about, John, where it needs to be. How's the weight? Just going to go by with weight. Hit the line.
Well, we've had some pretty impressive ends here. We saw the Invercargill team away to a 5-0 lead start after 2 ends, and then 8-1 after 4. And then we saw the fight back from Stoke when they picked up 9 shots over 3 ends to go to a 10-8 lead. And now we've had a 5 from Invercargill to pull them back to 13-10. We're playing the 9th end.
So here is Sharon Seagrin. Just is it out too much? Yeah, it looks to be out on that wider side. Would need to come back quite a way. Is coming back, but
Sit on that, it'd be all right, wouldn't it? Because that's the closest bowl
I
from...
need to, correct, John. Sat on the inside of that. It would certainly be a counter. Edwards really needing to draw the shot on this end. to get her side back closer. Looks, how's the weight as it comes down towards the centre line. That'll do, I would say. That shot, well played by the Stoke skip, drew Jack level.
Yep, calls for a change of hand and certainly movement of the Jack here. All you can see are blue disc bowls. So if she can nudge the Jack back even a few millimetres, I'll probably give her, you see that, there's a couple of grey ones there. That'll take it back to them. Or she sits at shot bowl. Is she going to be up there? She's not far away, just cutting under. Hard luck, good effort. What great weight again from this woman, Sharon Segrin.
Perfect weight there to get a touch to the Jack. And now, all that international experience of Kirsten Edwards to get another shot on the head here. She's more than capable. Former New Zealand player.
Of course, she has to be. She doesn't want to be playing their shot for them.
Just going to die in the weight, but drew the shot with the first. That's the most important thing, and did so.
Yeah. That's a bit of a safety shot, wasn't it? Oh, gosh, I know if I move the Jack, if I'm slightly overweight, but there she goes. So a single to Stoke.
So
13-11.
Anyone's game, really, now, as I see Amy McElroy going up to the head, going to stand there with her skip, Kirsten Edwards, and have a chat about how the family is. And as we see straight away, John, that short length that favours the Nelsonians. You'll see it there, shorten it up significantly of the Nelson side.
Just be aware you can get all the results and the results right throughout this event on the bowlsnewzealand.co.nz website. You just click on Champion of Champions and it'll bring a page up which gives you the current one, of course, is the fours, and it'll give you the men's draw and results, so you can track through and find out all the results. You can check on upcoming matches, and also when you get into that, it'll tell you which of our matches are being broadcast.
Good opening bowl there from Pam Corder, just sitting lower the Jack. Gemma Watts just try and make a slight adjustment. Had a pretty good line. Just got out on that wider side. The Gemma Watts again looks like she had fairly good, very good weight, just hanging out on that wider side. Pam Corder on the backhand, just trying to improve on her first bowl, which is a very well played lead bowl. Just question the weight with this second bowl. Needs to come past the bowl, going to sit alongside it. Well played by the Southland at the Invercargill lead.
Yeah, she's, apart from those couple of ends when the opposition mixed the length up, she's been pretty consistent. It's Pam Calder, sits down with a sun visor on, chats away to her old mate Glenys Paisley. Nice and relaxed, good to be able to just sit down and relieve the pressure for both players, those that have already played their bowls and those that are yet to.
Well played here, unlucky. A bowl away was Caroline Kean, the number 2 for the Stoke side. Just slipped by, had good weight, had everything was good about it.
So the Stoke team lost their first match 10-11 to Kensington. Then they beat Poverty Bay by 20-7. They had the bye and then beat Waihi Beach by 14-8. So they need this one to qualify. Oh gosh, over half a metre, eh? That would have been good.
So Caroline here, the number 2 for Stoke. Very good concentration on the mat. You'll see she makes sure she's got everything in position. And It's got that very, very good, that smooth delivery, fingers apart, lets the bowl out of the hand very smoothly, which means there's every chance you're going to get a good arc on your bowl. And she's not far away here. Is the number 2, is it going to, oh, bad luck. Just needed to possibly sit on the inside of that bowl, would have made shot of it.
So that's the shot she's saying. You just play it, sit on there, that's good. So Invercargill beat Mary Fryer's Palmerston North Club by 14-12 in their first round match, and then lost to Omakau 17-9 and got up to beat Forbury Park. That was the Jill O'Gorman, Kimberly Karaha, Sally Fleming and Miriam Torrance. They won that one by 24-3.
So McElroy on the mat as we play Ian 10 of 15 on her forehand, trailing 13-11. Down on the head is the Stoke side. Nicely out of the hand from Amy McElroy. Needs to start working its way back now towards to get underneath the front bowls. Has got the weight to get all the way down. Trying hard. Sits the centre line. That'll make shot. Oh, no,
it doesn't. It hasn't.
No, it doesn't. No.
Just like to have a look at that head and see. That looks to be a dangerous situation.
Would appear Glenys Paisley not that confident of wanting to play.
No.
That backhand shot.
Well, she's playing into the shot itself, isn't she? That's what her skip's asking for. Oh, you don't like it when your 3 overrules you.
Going to the forehand. So we'll need to play a good bowl here after that, I would say, John.
Yeah. Oh, she hasn't played a bad one by the looks of it. If she's under that. Okay, so no damage done, that's for sure. Just quite. It was quite a dangerous shot, wasn't it? I think we can't really see it properly from this angle, but when you look at the head, it did appear that what Seagram was asking was for her to that's the shot, just play to there, or that shot that's alongside it.
Yeah,
and
really,
it's just that little bit of doubt if you haven't been up and can't see it yourself.
And Glenys Paisley as well, obviously thinking 13-11. I can roll the pink bowl in. I don't want to make shot of it, make that shot. As we see a bit of an inside slide. Still 1 though to the Southland side.
Play the shot I asked you to first. That's what she's saying.
Yeah, it is.
We see where she's pointing there. It would appear that there's not a heck of a lot of danger of her promoting an opposition bowl. See there, there's that red one to the right, the grey one with the red stick. It's jack high, so that's not going to go in.
It was literally a 2-bowl target there.
Oh, look at this. She's played a perler, hasn't she? Just about, just shy of weight.
So, Kirsten, I wonder, Edwards, whether there's a chance whether she can play down to the... You'll see the 2 pink bowls there, one in front, one behind. The shot bowl's obviously the jack level bowl. And I wonder whether she thinks that she can play that bowl through the head. Yeah, there we go. I'm happy with that if you want to play that.
Stand by for action, everyone. Kirsten Edwards. She's not going to be short. She's got bowls to use up on her backhand side. Here she goes. She's looking to push. She's on target to hit that shot. She's got the shot. Oh, not quite. Or has she?
I think so.
No, I think maybe they might still have it. Still have it, they do. Yep.
Well, it was well played by Kirsten Edwards, John. She was only really half a bowl away from getting a perfect result.
Each shot produces risks. This one here, backhand. She's been watching this shot all the time. She's been down on the head. She's talked to her number 3 about it. I just want you to play here so she now knows exactly where she needs to be. If she can come inside. No, I know that. What happened there? Did that hang out?
Well, I think
a bit of a jerky shot.
I think, John, you might see Kirsten Edwards. Beth, just heard her there. I've got 3 seconds. I was just going to say, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Kirsten Edwards play with real weight down under the head, just where you'll see there, where Amy McElroy indicated, play with weight down under the head and to endeavour to dislodge that bolt on the back end.
Doesn't like it.
Doesn't like it.
Yeah.
You can see the shot that she was endeavouring to play.
Yeah, use your own. Promote it. As I've said, her weight control has been really good today, so taking the risk factor out of it. Here she goes, trying to draw around it.
Good
Might
line.
just do it. Yeah, not quite hard luck. Very good try. That weight, though, would have been a bit awkward for her if she got underneath her own and flicked the jack back, but no danger, no risk.
Well, in the context of the game, John,
nothing negative, yeah. Yep.
Well, that one was a pretty important shot, really, because it was, really only the first end where the Nelson side has had an opportunity to attack and score a number. So to hold on to the one, very important for the Invercargill side in their pursuit to qualify for post-section play here tomorrow at Royal Oak. And, of course, we'll have live action again tomorrow here from the Royal Oak complex here in Auckland.
First bowl then of this 11th end, 11 of 15. And it is Pam Calder who's trying to start strongly or continue her strong showing for the team. Perfect green.
With that bowl, John, being played right on the centre line, this is where Gemma Watts on this backhand side has got to get and dominate the jack very early on in the head here, because it can just build up for a good scoring head for you, especially that bowl sitting flush on the centre line. And she's done just that. Good start from the Stoke lead.
Pam looking to add that metre or more. Beat that bowl, basically. That's what she's asking of herself.
And has done so. And will draw the shot. Well played from the very experienced Southland player right in front of the jack. That's a fantastic lead bowl. Key thing here for Gemma Watts is not to be short, but she's not going to be. Comes over the head. Yeah, Kirsten Evans, I hear clapping there over the head. Down past the 2 metre mark. Just gives them a chance down through there to get to a jack movement. Coming down towards the jack is this bowl of Robin Clark's. Well played. Going to sit on top. Counter on both sides. Counter on both sides of the head. Very impressed with Caroline Keehan, who sort of addressing her shot play before she has a good look. Really concentrates on her delivery.
Nice targets down there for her. You know, there's 3 bowls and a jack for her to sit on, and she's just going to miss all of them, is she? Yep.
Great effort, though, from the number 2. Still could be 2 shots to the Invercargill combination, was the call from Sharon Seagren. Yeah, a bit of a under green, underweighted there. She'll be disappointed with that. And a chance here for the Caroline just to improve slightly on her first bowl. The advantage, John, of course, isn't it? That back bowl there of Gemma Watts does give the Nelson side some good opportunities of jack movement.
Correct.
Just gone out on that wider side, past that chalk mark. It's over the head.
So up steps Glenys Paisley, who her and Pam Calder have had a lot to do with each other at the end of, or during the last season. Pam Calder was the selector of the Southland team, and Glenys was the manager. And they together they've claimed over 20 Southland titles, so very experienced. So this sort of stuff won't be worrying them much, although they're on screen and they don't often end up like that. Well, this is a good bowl, isn't it? I'm just talking nicely about you. Yeah, well, thank you.
It is. Yeah, here's the big. This head is the big chance for Stoke. Remembering that the Invercargill side at this point don't have a bowl over the jack. Sure, they've got the counting bowls, but there's a chance to get down, trail the jack all the way deep down towards the ditch. And they've certainly got counting bowls down there, have the Stoke side. I can see 3 of the red discs down there.
Oh, get under that one and you're okay, Amy. You're pretty much okay, are you? No, flick off that. Oh,
well, good and bad, really.
Yeah. Red disc bowl, is that belonging to Stoke, and they probably have the shot?
The call from Sharon Segan was that we could be 1 down to that last bowl of Amy McElroy's.
But she also said if you move that, you can make 3 out of it. So there you go, Glenys. There's the challenge. Come narrow, wick on that short bowl or the shot bowl.
Oh, they won't mind this though, John, if it's through the head.
No.
Won't mind that at all. Over the head, they won't mind that at all.
4 seconds.
It certainly is. So the question here for Kirsten Edwards, do we play the gamble shot onto what may be the shot and try and play onto the bowl with a yard away, move the jack all the way back? That's right. She just called it. It's certainly the shot to play. So, endeavouring to play with weight to get down on the back end onto the Karen and Keane bowl, which would run to the jack and push the jack back to where the waiting bowls are of the Stoke side. Here is Amy McElroy on her backhand. Tightened the line too much.
I don't think she's got the weight even. Didn't look great out of her hand really, but no, her weight that was probably the weight that she was calling for, definitely, but it was underneath that right-hand bowl into the target zone, so they live a bit longer in Invercargill with that. They do hold the shot, but no doubt there's 2 things here, isn't there? One that Sharon Seagren has seen what Kirsten Edwards has got on her mind, and that is these 3 blue bowls down here that you see on the left of your screen. They belong to her. If she hits the shot bowl, the jack will come back there. So does she settle for 1? Cover those. She'll cover those. That's what she's planning. Yeah,
I saw the foot of Glenys Paisley go out to try and draw on that forehand side down to that cluster of Stoke bowls and behind the head. And although I said try and get to the red bowl, you and I both know, John, it's not a very easy shot to play as well. It's a very small margin of error, and that's exactly where she wants it. There we go. Still worth trying for that shot. Well, hold all tickets for a wee bit longer. No, just going to, and hasn't made it any easier because that's an Invercargill bowl that's been pushed to the back. So you hear there, Glenys Paisley saying get onto the side bowl, get one roll out of it. Could in fact make two if it rolls onto the jack.
So look for her to just be reaching their bowl, which is just short of the jack. Nudge it into the jack would be great, because you can see what's behind the jack at the moment. There's 3 blue disc bowls. She's a bit wide, and she was a bit heavy as well. I think didn't need that sort of weight, but if she'd made contact, it would have worked for them.
So you heard there Kirsten Edwards saying, who do you think's got it? The indication from Glenys Paisley was that it was Nelson that had the shot. Favour us is the call from Amy McElroy. Kirsten Edwards coming down to have a look. So, John, if they got the shot here, we're getting down on the ends. Do you just take the one? Because there's not much there, is there?
No, and that last bowl of Sharon's came in to an awkward position. So trailing the jack now is, not much of an advantage. No,
that's the call. Yeah. So they're confident they've got.
Make it really bad if she just moved the jack slightly. Could have gone 3 down. So out come the calipers.
So around firstly to the Nelson Bowl, now around to the Southland Bowls. Go back to the Nelson Bowl. And one down it was. That was, by goodness, that was good eyesight really, John, wasn't it? Because when it gets down to the calipers, it does mean they're pretty close, doesn't it?
Absolutely. That's when you normally call the umpire in.
Correct.
But then sometimes players think, that's going to take a long time. By the time the umpire comes up and says, I need my calipers, and goes and gets those, or they've always got them. Clear all the bowls away, put chocks in and everything. Sometimes the players are just happier to go down and say, are you happy with that? Yes.
So it's interesting. We've seen now the Nelson combination, the Stoke side have gone that change of length now. They've gone with the jack sitting right back on the 2 metre mark, playing up to the mat's up about 10 to 12 feet as I look out the window. So still a fairly lengthy head for Gemma Watts playing the ditch hand. Now this looks a reasonably good line here as it comes back. And it is.
Well, I think maybe she was hoping too, Kevin, that, as we say, moving the mat out does change the track, doesn't it, a little bit? So you might think you've got your line and it's not working for you. So dragging the mat out a bit and putting the jack on the 2 metre just changes things up. And it's worked, obviously, for Gemma here, and not too bad either for her opponent.
Yeah, Pam Corder just going to finish low of the jack at about 11 o'clock, just in front, lower that jack. So Gemma Watts is going to change to her backhand side. The Stoke lead. Very colourful tops. The Stoke have got, no doubt, some of those live wires like Brendan Hodson will be making sure the girls are well attired to travel representing Stoke.
I thought Jimmy Pugh sorted the...
Jimmy Pugh. Hello, Jimmy. I hope you're watching Sir James. No, Pam called it on the backhand. It's got the bowl out on that wider line. How far will it come back? Good weight again.
Yeah, you sort of look at that now, Kevin, and you think, why did Gemma change her hand really? You know, she played it perfectly down the forehand, set it right on the jack, and I suppose there's always that fear that you might knock something up if you're narrow, but if you got that in your mind, you just, I don't know.
Well, no, I agree with you, John, because you're actually trying to play with that second ball on the same line, but with another meter of weight, which is also going to give you a back bowl as well, rather than a short bowl. Sometimes you can get a wee bit too defensive early on the head, thus losing the opportunity to build your head.
And you see, even if she was short and on that side, it would block this shot.
Certainly does.
Invercargill are trying now, yeah. So instead, she's metre and a half short. Oh, this might be ditch weight.
It is just going by. It was the bowl of Robin Clark's. Another metre was the call there to Caroline Keehan on the backhand. Been pretty consistent throughout this match as the number 2 for the Stoke side.
Don't you just love that Invercargill team? The two that I mentioned, the selector and manager of the Southland team, chatting away to Robin Clark. They're just laughing, grinning, relaxing.
Well played here, and a toucher in behind. Well played at 14-12. It's a very good bowl from Caroline Keehan. Sure, it went past the head, got a touch on the jack, but did move that jack right in behind what is the shot bowl.
So one thing, Robin, even though she was in the ditch last time, that probably wasn't a bad weight for the shot she was trying to play. And this is not a bad shot.
Good weight here.
She's trying to play. Oh, gosh, unlucky. Very good try. So a nice correction there from Robin Clark. That would have been pretty much ideal. You can see there that there's 3-second shots for this Invercargill team.
No, the shot for Amy McElroy is really to draw to that last bowl on the backhand. That last bowl of Robin Clark's, John, if she can draw to that bowl behind the jack, it does give the Nelson side another bowl on the head. And just wonder how wide that is. It's coming back now, but has it got the weight to get back into a good effective? No, it hasn't.
She just hasn't really hit her best here, has she, in this game today, Amy?
Certainly, she's struggled with that weight, really, in most of the game. And Robin Clark played such a good bowl with the first. Got a wee bit more weight with this bowl as it go past towards the ditch. And does.
It was Glennis's first. Glennis Paisley. So now Amy with her second.
And you heard the Kirsten Edwards saying to endeavour to try and get under that Jack Lowe bowl.
That's a better line.
Is it going to hold enough? Is it going to hold enough?
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Feathered.
Well, it's finished up, John, in an ideal position, sitting right on one of the Invercargill bowls. So, Glennis here trying to playing with weight to get to the shot bowl. By goodness, she's not far away. Not far away at all. Have a look at that.
Great shot. Superb shot by Glennis Paisley. Makes the Southland team hold 2 shots there. And a good position for them. So they're up by 14-12. They're playing the 12th end.
Showed really, John, as well, the experience that Glennis brings to the match. Here it is again as you watch it coming right down to that shot bowl, that controlled weight, literally just a metre of weight to the jack line, and got the shot bowl clean, turned it through the head, and turned a negative into a very much a positive for the Southland side as we play in 12 of 15.
And where the jack finished up too is really important. Oh, here we go. This looks like a weight setup for Kirsten.
Certainly is. By goodness, that was close.
Yeah.
There's not much vision.
Well, right. How could you go round that short bowl on the backhand and almost get the shot? The shot bowl. That was quite a remarkable shot. So it's in there, and here we come with Sharon Segrin trying to stop the Stoke shot.
Getting deep down on the ring.
Yeah. Oh, is she staying on? Is she staying on? Oh, wow, gosh. Okay, so it's still there for Edwards. Draw this time.
On the draw this time is the call from Amy McElroy. No, this doesn't look like a draw to me with that body language off the mat.
No.
And that's well away.
No. Oh, edge here. Oh, gosh.
That was nearly a square cut to the jack.
You see there that Glenys Paisley pointed out the pink bowl, which is probably third shot. If you can beat that, we've got 3.
And at this stage of the game, that's a big number. Remembering both of these teams.
Not bad at all.
Gets past here, will count. This will count for sure.
Flick it in, not out. Oh, what a perler. 1, 2, and 1, 2, and measure.
The Nelson girls certainly not conceding that third shot.
Here comes moment of truth.
Well,
I think she'll go back to hers again, won't she?
I think so. Three it is.
She moves it. Yep, yeah, brilliant shot. That last shot, and she gets applause from her team. Sharon Segrin, she plonked that last one in with a delicate touch, and she's shown much of that all day. That sort of draw form, she's been very, very good. 17-12 now. 3 ins to play. Unless we run out of time. Stoke Nelson against Invercargill from Southland. And it's 17-3. A great boost in the middle of the match from ends 5 to 7. Saw Stoke come back from 8-2 down to take the lead at 10-8. But since then, a 5, a single and a 3. Alternate ends have been scoring, but it's been the Invercargill team that's been scoring numbers. So they lead by 17-12.
So Jack's been delivered just down to the 2 metre mark by Pam Calder, and this looks a fairly good opening bowl coming down towards the jack.
Very good.
And just sits outside the centre line. Great opening bowl from the very experienced Invercargill lead. Looks to be out. How far is it going to come back? Coming back now, but will be on the outside of the bowl of Pam Calder's. Does get back to the centre line, but remembering all the qualifiers, both men and women, here in the Somerset Champion Fours, will be back here at Royal Oak tomorrow morning. And there you'll see those that are qualified, who've won their way through in the women's, who've won their required 3 matches. John, you'll run through who they were. Oh, well, they've got, there they are.
Well, yeah, games 1, that's it. Yeah, you can see those quite nicely. A good mix of North and South Island teams.
Far north, great to see.
Yeah. And we're just watching that top team there, Stoke, trying to get through to qualify.
Holding shot is Stoke. That bowl of Gemma Watts just sitting lower the jack right on the centre line as Robin Clark on her backhand will go past that chalk mark. Inside, just a touch inside the chalk mark is a counting area. Over the head, they won't mind that. So here is Caroline Kean endeavouring to add to the head for the Stoke side. Kirsten Edwards trying to get it to slow down. Certainly was on the right line, just going to go by the 2 metre mark. So you'd have heard there Sharon Seagren saying to number 2 to Robin Clark, your line is really good, just that adjustment of a metre of weight.
She follows it up a little bit. That looks not like the line she wanted. It often happens, doesn't it? You're so concentrating on taking the weight off or on that you've just missed that line that you were after. So Carolyn now.
How long is it
line to that which she had last time.
How long is it going to hold up? It'll be 2 shots. Let the Stoke side hold it. There's 2. Clearly shown there by Sharon Seagren. We're 2 down. 17-12 they lead. As the Invercargill side as we play in 13 of 15.
Just going a bit on the wide side here. So Glennis might be wide and long. Is she going back to pick it up? She is. Oh, gosh. So this is a big opportunity opening itself up for Stoke. If we can get, if they can get Amy McElroy to get in the zone to just put another one in amongst those 3 there, the couple there, they're holding 2 shots at the moment. This could make it 3.
Needs to slow down.
Tickle the Jack will be all right if it comes back this way. Oh, it didn't. So a bit of bad luck, but it might still a couple of shots.
So in here clearly the skip, Sharon Seagren saying to Glennis Paisley, get down to that, what's our bowl, just out to the side of the head on the forehand.
And the forehand that she's been playing really well.
She certainly has. You can clearly see it there on the camera.
Oh, and look at this too.
Close.
What a line.
Close.
What a line. Inside edge, please, or push that up. That'll do you. Really good shot. Is it enough? 1 turnover. Let's listen. One down. There we are. So an excellent bowl. What a great result from Glennis Paisley for the Invercargill team.
I just wondered, John, whether Kirsten Edwards... Yeah, I thought she might look down there on that backhand, bring the line in, play with a yard of weight or a bit more than a yard of weight you can play, turn your own bowls over or get down to where the 2 Invercargill bowls are.
Oh, there's a chance for 4 or 5 here if she hits it well enough. Look at this. See where the Jack comes back to, right back here. If she's in with the weight and moves that Jack as well, she's in the zone. She's in the zone. Oh, unfortunate. That shot's still there though, Kevin. Look at those bowls back here on the left and then further back. They're all red discs, and there's no doubt that Sharon Seagram will recognise the danger.
Well, there is, without any doubt, John, a 3 to 4 shot opportunity here for the Stoke side with their way how their bowls are clustered around the head, and so they don't have to attack it with a lot of weight. They can, they can just reach the head and turn it through some bowls around, and it can go in their favour. I'm just looking at those discs. There's certainly a number of red disc bowls around the head.
So forehand and getting up to those back bowls, or somewhere in between, because they cannot afford to drop a number here. Searching for these couple of blue bowls that you can see down here. Flick off, that'll be all right. Oh, she's over. She's overweighted. Well, it's on here now for Stoke.
Certainly is. Edwards will be looking for the number. Here she is, former New Zealand player Kirsten Edwards on the mat. Will play with backhand, reaching weight, trying to get down, turn the counting bowls or possible counting bowls in towards the head. How far is it going to come back? Oh, goodness. This is...
Fabulous weight.
Yeah, that was good weight. We'll see with this bowl here of Sharon Seagren. Sharon knows that she really ideally wants to get another bowl on the head.
Oh, she's narrow too, and well, maybe she's changed her mind. She's going to play the shot for them, push that one out and set for another. That'll do it, won't it?
How's that?
Yeah. Whoa. Okay, so that's taken the target out for Kirsten Edwards. There's not 2 bowls there to hit now. There's 1. Or she sits into those 3 bowls or 4 bowls on the right-hand side of the jack as she's looking at them. That would bring in another shot.
A slight jack trail here on that backhand as well, John, would be, I think, a reasonably good result for the Nelson side as we watch this bowl of Edwards coming down, trying to get to those, gets the jack. There we go.
Shot.
There we go. That's 3 or 4.
Absolutely. She had to play it perfectly, and even the opposition are saying, great shot, 1.
4 it was. Heard the call quickly.
Well, yeah. Gosh, that was a big turnover conversion of an opportunity, which it appeared as though Sharon Seagren had ruined it for them. But Kirsten Edwards played a blinder. They're back in this game.
Certainly was. That shot was on. Just at weight control. And got down into the move, that jack movement, and just shows the advantage, John, doesn't it, of having those bowls just in behind the head, a metre behind the head, whereas the Nelson bowls were sitting, and that's where the jack went to.
Matt comes out. Jack a couple of metres out.
And remember it.
For Gemma Watts. She knows what's required here. She's bowled a couple of nice bowls on this hand. She looks to have the green okay. What's that weight like? She certainly doesn't want to be short, and her skip's quite happy with this. A metre over, not even that. That's good.
Pam caught it. She'll definitely play on her favoured backhand, where she's been very consistent throughout this whole match as the very experienced Invercargill lead, but going to be under the line here. Here's the chance for Gemma Watts. It's sitting jack level.
That's all right. Yep.
It's
So,
the bowl.
a great line now for Gemma Watts. She knows where it is. It's underneath those. Her weight wasn't bad with the first time. Here it is. Nice and smooth delivery. Leans over to watch, checking that her line is okay, and it looks to be pretty good.
This is better.
Kirsten likes it.
This is better. Has it got the weight though? No, it hasn't. Getting lots of encouragement from Kirsten Edwards. Got to the centre line, but there you'll see, indicating by Sharon Seagren to her lead, Pam Calder, that it's in fact a metre lower the jack.
She immediately alters her line. She goes a little bit wider, trying to get it up to about her skip's feet, around that sort of area. It just didn't come in from out there.
Oh, now Caroline Keane, who I think's been, overall been the most consistent in this Nelson side with Stoke side, with bowls around the head. May not be counting bowls, but has got a high percentage of her bowls in and around the effective area on the head. Commentator's curse. Lost a green.
Wow.
Plenty of room for everybody there, John, isn't there?
Yeah. Not bad. Shaz likes it. And she should too. That's good.
Well played. All but a front toucher. The team liked that one. They really like that.
I think they'd be a good team to go away with. That'd be a lot of fun. Big part of sport in general is that camaraderie that people develop and friends you meet. Here we see a response now coming in from Carolyn. Pretty good.
Just passed, and it was a touch-up. The bowl of Robin Clark. They both had a good close look at it. It was just got a mere touch on the jack.
Can she do it again? I hope she's sung out something like, I'm a bit wider this time. Oh, not much though, is she? Around the back will be all right. Oh,
she'll sit inside that Stoke bowl, so yeah, he'd be happy with that.
Oh, I think they've probably got three. A lot of room in there for the likes of Amy McElroy to draw.
Important thing here for McElroy is to at least get in surety of second shot. Again, under the line.
Because depending on the time, I think they're probably going to have time for a 15th end that we won't know until this end is over. If you were holding shot and one up on the board, you wouldn't be rushing if the clock's running down.
I believe, John, there's only 2 minutes to go on the clock.
Oh, well.
I'm just getting confirmation. Okay. I'm just getting confirmation of that.
I think that's okay if it stays on.
So really...
Oh, no, it didn't, because we just now see 1 minute to go. We saw Shaz walk past and pick it up. She really wanted that to stay on. The only way the jack's going to go is back to the left as we see it, where there are a couple of Invercargill bowls, but it could go deeper, and that's why that bowl of Glenys Paisley's was quite important. She looks unflappable as she stands behind Amy McElroy, who plays
the trail
forehand.
The trail is what, with a touch trail really, is what the Nelson side require. Outside the target area is Amy McElroy. You'll see the pink bowl go right back towards the number. And the good thing here really for Sharon Seagren, she can actually dictate the head, because it's the Nelsonians who need to be able to get some movement to...
Oh, look, Sharon's laughing. She says, you only have to get to the 2 metre mark, and she's put it way out. If it stays on, though, she won't mind. And it does. Okay.
Stays on. So really the shot...
That's an indication, I think, of the tension out there, Kevin. You know, you're 17-6 up, you're holding shot, and you're looking around to say, how can they win this game? How can they get 2 off this end? And probably the only way is for the jack to be, as you said, trailed on their forehand over to the right as we look at it. There's a couple of red disc bowls out there. Or if they take it right back, there's the siren.
Siren just gone, so I'm going to ask the question. So... 17 all, is it a match or extra end? So it is an extra end. Just being confirmed to me by the Bowls New Zealand people. So if Kirsten Edwards is able to move the jack for one. But I personally feel, John, any movement of the jack is actually a two-shot chance. A very very difficult shot, though. Let's not fool ourselves. She has to have dead weight in that line to the jack. Quite capable of playing it, though, is this former New Zealand title holder, New Zealand Gold Star holder as well, of course. So, yeah, very good player is Kirsten Edwards. Here she is on the forehand, trailing 17-16 on the last end. Won't come back enough from there.
Oh, that might knock another shot of theirs in. It doesn't matter at the moment. So they're 3 down, or 3 up if you're this woman.
So the other option, John, is that Kirsten Edwards can actually, if it's an opportunity, can kill the end and have a replay of the end.
Inside that, and she'll be happy. Inside that. Oh, hard luck. No, she wanted to be there because that's where the threat is, isn't it? That's a difficult shot for Edwards.
Well, it's a difficult shot on both ways. Yeah. It's a difficult shot.
Well,
the Invercargill ladies are very happy at this point. You see the 3 of them standing there arm in arm behind the ring.
I think what they're doing is trying to put the hex on Kirsten Edwards.
Yeah.
Let's stare at her. Let's put her out. Let's put her off. Edwards won't worry about that.
They know at the moment that they're in post-section play tomorrow morning here at Royal Oak. They hold the ace card, leading 17-16, and the shot that Kirsten Edwards may attempt to play is that jack trail, which is a difficult. Well, they're all difficult at this point of the game, really, John, aren't they? Team
Carolyn Keehan geeing up her skip. They're all watching. Will this be forehand trying to take that jack around the corner to her waiting bowls? Here we go. Sharon Sigrun has not picked up her bowl, and she's hoping she doesn't have to. Here we go. Oh, backhand, righto. Backhand looks to me as if it would spring the jack back this way. She's wide. They shake hands. And it is the team from Invercargill representing Southland, the team of Pam Calder, Robin Clark, Glenys Paisley and Sharon Segrin, who have withstood the challenge of Stoke from Nelson, skipped by Kirsten Edwards. It's a fantastic win by this team. They pick a single up on the 14th and final end to win by 18-16. They had a handy lead at 8-2. They lost the lead eventually after conceding 9 over 3 ends. They picked up a 5, which in the end was vital in this match. So it is Invercargill going through to post-section ahead of Stoke Nelson by 18-16. We're going to show you some highlights. Thank you very much, Kevin, for your help today, and we'll be back again tomorrow for some more live coverage, and also we'll give you more information on the situation in these Champion of Champion 4s finals being played in Auckland.
think age is just a number. Love the life you choose at Somerset Retirement Villages.